Is it correct that you are a warrant officer in the South African Police and attached to the ballistic section at the Forensic Science Laboratory?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ngu-warrant officer khona lapha esiphoyiseni kanti ngisebenzela yona ke ballistic section ye-forensic science laboratory.
I just want to show you a document which serves as Exhibit X in brackets 13D. Can you just identify that document?
I do have such document in front of me, my lord.
Nginayo ke le document ekhona lapha phambi kwami i-exhibit X 13D.
And what is that document?
That's my 212 affidavit that I prepared for this case.
Le document ekhona lana kimina ye section 212 i-affidavit yakhona kanye statement sakhona.
Yes, can you read the contents thereof in the record?
My lord, should I start at paragraph 2 or?
Start with the lab number there, the
Okay.
top right-hand corner.
Okay, the lab number of this affidavit is 34369/2050, Cleveland Cash 96 of 02/2015.
Uthi ke i-lab number yale document ekhona la le pheshana likhona la kimina 834369/2015 iqala se-Cleveland iCAS 96/02/2015 or 2015.
I number 04210867. I'm a warrant officer in the South African Police Service.
Yeah, just start affidavit. Just read everything in the record.
Okay. Affidavit in terms of Section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act 1977, Act 51 of 1977.
Usho njalo ke uthi le affidavit ke imayelana nemigomo ye section 212 ye Criminal Procedures Act 51 ka 1977.
Geraldus Cornelius Roelofse declares under oath and in terms of Section 2124A and 2128A of Act 51 of 1977 as amended by Section 6 of Act 34 of 1998 that
Kanti ke uyasho ukuthi mina ke Geraldus Cornelius Roelofse uyamemezela ke ngaphansi kwesifungo ke ukuya ngemibandela eka section 212 subsection 4 paragraph A kanti ke no section 212 subsection A paragraph A ye Act 51 1977 njengoba ke isike yalungiswa futhi ke nge section 6 ye Act 34 of 1998 ngisho lokhu ke
I number 4210867 am a warrant officer in South African Police Service and in service of the state. I am attached to the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory as a forensic analyst.
Kanti ke uthi mina ke ona le nambolo 04210867 ngu warrant officer khona lapha esiphoyiseni kanti ke ngisebenzela umbuso ngisebenzela ke leli gatsha le ballistics ne Forensic Science Laboratory futhi ke ngumhlaziyi we forensic.
Paragraph 2. I have been attached to the ballistic section since 2001 as an examiner of forensic ballistic related cases. I have to date examined at the excess of 5,200 cases. I examine ballistic related cases as part of my daily task and testify on a regular basis in the courts of South Africa. I have successfully completed a 3-year service training course at the ballistic section and a theoretical and a practical application of the forensic ballistic science.
Uthi ke mina ngangiloko ngingxenye ke ye ballistic section ukusuka ngo-2001 njengomhlaziyi okanye ohlolayo ama forensic ballistics amaqala amayelana nama forensic ballistics kanti ke ukufika namhlanje ke ngenza amaqala angaba 5200 kanti ke ngiyahlaziya okanye ngiyahlola amaqala amayelana ke nama ballistics njengengxenye yomsebenzi wami futhi ke ngiphinde ngize ezinkantolo mhlawumbe ke ngizokwazi ukuthula ubufakazi bami khona la eMzansi ngokuphumeleleyo ke ngakwazi ukuthi ngeminyaka emithathu ngitholeke ukuqeqeshwa khona lapho ke kule section yama ballistics ngenza i-theory ne-practical application ye-forensic ballistic science.
Warren, also you mentioned that you testify on regular basis in the courts of South Africa. In which forums do you testify?
Ballistic related cases that I've done I testify on a regular basis at different courts all over the country, as I've been subpoenaed.
Yes.
Shuthi-ke inkantolo zomthetho khona la eMzansi uma zingibiza ukuthi mangize ngizothola ubufakazi ngiyaya-ke kulezo inkantolo nje ngomunye ozothula ubufakazi kusho ukuthi ngamacala amayelana-ke nama-ballistics.
But district courts, regional courts, high courts?
Yeah, all of them, my lord, I'm testifying.
Thank you.
Shuthi-ke ngiyaya-ke kuma-district court, ngiyaya kuma-regional court, kanti ney'nkantolo ey'phakeme nakhona ngiyaya ngizothola ubufakazi.
We proceed, paragraph 2.1.
2.1. I have received in-service training in the following aspects of forensic ballistic science.
Uthi-ke ngike ngathola uqeqesho-ke kulamakhosi alandelayo amayelana-ke ne-forensic ballistic science.
2.1.1. Identification of ammunition, fired bullets and fired cartridge cases.
2.1.1 uthi ngiyakwazi-ke ukuthi ngibone inhlamvu kanti-ke ney'nhlamvu-ke ezadutshulwa kanti-ke nama-cartridges wakhona.
2.1.2. The use of microscopic equipment.
Nokusetshenziswa-ke kwama-microscopic isetshenziswa-ke ezi-microscopic.
2.1.3. Microscopic individualization of ammunition, fired bullets and cartridge cases.
Kanti ngiyakwazi ukuhlukanisa-ke inhlamvu kanjalo kusetshenziswa-ke yona i-microscope inhlamvu futhi eyidutshuliwe nama-cartridges wakhona u-2.1.3 lo.
2.1.4. Acquisition of fired cartridge case and fired bullet data on integrated ballistic identification system IBIS.
Kanti-ke ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngitholeke ukuqhamuka khona laphayana kuleya system ebizwa i-integrated ballistic identification system ngitholeke ama-cartridges ney'nhlamvu eyidutshuliwe.
2.1.5. Microscopic individualization of tools and tool marks.
Kanti ngiyakwazi-ke ukuthi ngisebenzise-ke iyisetshenziswa-ke eyihlukanisiwe kusetshenziswa-ke i-microscope kanti-ke ney'mpawu zokusebenza kwalezo yisetshenziswa u-2.1.5 lo sikhuluma ngayo.
2.1.6. Physical matching.
Kanti 2.1.6 ukuqhathaniswa-ke kwezinto ey'bonakalayo kanye amaphawu entweni ethize ebonakala ngamehlo.
2.1.7. Microphotography.
Kanti-ke 2.1.7 iyo leyo-ke i-microphotography.
2.1.8. Identification of firearms.
2.1.8 kulapho-ke ngikwazi-ke ukukhomba ibhamu.
2.1.9. The examination of firearms mechanisms.
Kanti 2.1.9 ukuhlola-ke kwey'bhamu ngendlela eyisebenza ngakhona okanye eyisetshenziswa ngakhona i-mechanism ngamanye amazwi.
2.1.10. The different manufacturing procedures of firearms and firearm components.
Kanti 2.1.10 ingxenye ehlukahlukene-ke emayelana-ke nokusebenza okanye inkambo emayelana ney'bhamu ney'ngxenye zey'bhamu.
2.1.11. The examination of homemade devices.
Nokuthi-ke ku-2.1.11 ukuhlolwa-ke isetshenziswa-ke ezenziwe emakhaya.
2.1.12. Techniques is associated with the recovery and restoration processes of the obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals.
2.1.12 ukube ney'ndlela ey'thize mayelana-ke nokusebenza ngezinto okanye isetshenziswa-ke okusulwe khona amanambolo wakhona nokuthi ngibuyiseleke lawo manambolo phezu kwezinto-ke zensimbi.
So what is the common term that is used for this process?
That is a new etching of a firearm.
The new what?
Etching of a firearm.
Okay.
Etching.
Okay. Le nto abayibiza-ke ukubuyisela-ke kwazo-ke amanambolo-ke wey'bhamu.
2.1.13. The reloading of ammunition and the manufacturing processes of ammunition.
2.1.13 ukuphinda futhi-ke kufakwe iy'nhlamvu nokuthi-ke indlela okwakhiqizwa ngakhona indlela zokusebenza kwey'nhlamvu.
2.1.14. Short range determination.
2.1.14 lento yokubona-ke ukuthi ngabe isibhamu sidubule kafushane kangakanani okanye ukudubula kwesibhamu qhamuka la besikhona.
2.1.515 crime scene examination and recording techniques.
Kanti ke ku 2.1.15 i-crime scene examination okanye ukuhlolwa kwendawo yesigameko nokuthi kubhalwe phansi ke indlela inyathelo ezathathwa ezasetshenziswa khona lapho endaweni yesigameko.
2.1.16 IBIS integrated ballistic identification system.
Kanti lena ke i-system okhulunywa ngayo ku 2.1.16 ye-IBIS emele ukuthi integrated ballistics identification system.
2.1.17, sorry. Documentation of examination results.
Ku 2.1.17 or 17 ukufayila ake ngiyibeke njengaleyo ndlela ukufayila ke kwemiphumela emayelana ke nokuhlolwa kwezinto ezithize.
2.2 internal forensic ballistics.
Masiza ke kule paragraph 2.2 ethi internal forensic ballistics.
2.2.1 functioning of firearm mechanisms during the firing process.
Kanti ku 2.2.1 ukusebenza kwesibhamu okanye indlela isibhamu sisebenza ngakhona ngenkathi sidubula.
2.2.2 burning rates of propellant powder and gas pressure.
Kanti ke ku 2.2.2 izinga lokusha kwepowder lena ke esetshenziswayo uma isibhamu sidubula ne pressure okanye ingcindezi yegesi khona lapho.
2.2.3 the transfer of marks by firearm to cartridges, fired cartridge cases and fired bullets.
Masiza ke ku 2.2.3 sikhuluma nge transfer okanye ukudluliselwa kwempawu ezithize ezimalana ke nesibhamu kanye nama cartridges wakhona nokuthi ke ama cartridges adubulile nenhlamvu futhi eziye zadubula.
2.3 intermediate forensic ballistics.
Masiza ku paragraph 2.3 ilene nesihloko esithi intermediate forensic ballistics.
2.3.1 the effect that hot gases, propellant powder and partially burnt propellant powder has on an intermediate target before and after the exit of the bullet from the muzzle.
Kanti ke ku 2.3.1 umthelelo mayelana ke namagesi ashisayo kanti ke nayo leyo powder ke ekuyiyona ekhipha inhlamvu nokuthi kushe ingxenye ethize ke emayelana nale powder ke ekuyiyona ke ekhipha inhlamvu uma ke kubhekene ne target ethize yangesikhashana emva kwalokho ke phambilini lokho kuyenziwa nangemva kokuthi inhlamvu iphume khona laphana kumlomo wesibhamu.
2.3.2 the forming and effect of secondary missiles caused by intermediate targets.
Uma siza ke ku 2.3.2 umthelelo ke omayelana ke nokuphuma ke kwama missiles alandelayo okuyikuthi isusa sakhona ke kwakubhekwe kulama intermediate targets.
2.4 external forensic ballistics.
Uma siza ku paragraph 2.4 sikhuluma nge external forensic ballistics lapho.
2.4.1 the trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact.
2.4.1 ukuphuma kwenhlamvu kulomlomo okanye kumbhobho wesibhamu ukufika kule into edutshulwayo nokuthi ifike ibe namuphi umthelelo uma ufika kuyo leyo nto.
2.5 terminal forensic ballistics.
Uma siza ku paragraph 2.5 i-terminal forensic ballistics.
2.5.1 the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue wound ballistics.
Kanti ke sibheka umthelelo ke wokulimaza oqukethwe inhlamvu.
2.5.2 the effect that the bullet has on the target.
Umthelelo inhlamvu euqukethe mayelana ke nalento edutshulwayo kanye nalo odutshulwayo.
2.5.3 the effect that the target has on the bullet.
Kanti ke uma sibheka ku 2.5.3 umthelelo khona ke mayelana nalo odutshulwayo kanye lokhu okudutshulwayo phezulu kwenhlamvu.
2.6 I visit the following firearm and ammunition manufacturers to certain the processes that are used in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition.
Masiza ku 2.6 2.6 iparagraph leyo ngenga vakashela khona laphana kwindawo ke la khicizwa khona ke ibhamu nenhlamvu uqinisekisa ke inqubo ezisetshenziswayo uma ke kukhicizwa zona ibhamu nenhlamvu.
2.6.1 sonke in Cape Town.
2.6.1 kuthi nje Somchem Cape Town.
2.6.2 Swartklip Cape Town.
Go 2.6.2 Swartklip Cape Town indawo lezi ke.
2.6.3 Littleton Engineering Works LEV.
2.6.3 kuthiwa lana Littleton Engineering Works LEW.
2.64 it's a Frontier.
Kanti ke ku 2.6.4 kubhalwe nje Frontier.
2.6.5 PMP Pretoria Metal Pressings.
Kanti ku 2.6.5 kubhalwe nje ukuthi iPMP ngamanye amazwi imele iPretoria Metal Processing.
Yeah, Warrant Officer, just before you proceed to paragraph 3, you mentioned in paragraph 2 that you've been attached to ballistic section since 2001. For how long have you been in the South African Police?
It's almost 37 years.
Uthi ke ngisebenzele isiphoyisa ukusuka ngo-2001 ngamanye amazwi ke ngina 37 years ngisebenzela ke isiphoyisa.
And 22 years of those 37 years have been spent at the ballistic section.
That's correct, my lord.
Kanti iminyaka ewu-22 kule minyaka ewu-37 ngangisebenzela ke lelo gatsha kwenye section ye ballistics.
Yes, you may proceed. Paragraph 3.
On 13 February 2015, during the performance of my official duties, I received a sealed evidence bag with number FSE 385083 from the case administration of the ballistic section, containing the following exhibits.
Kanti uthi nge-13 zika February 2015 ngenkathi ngiloko ngenza umsebenzi wami osemthethweni ngiye ngathola ke ingxenye okanye i-plastic evidence bag ene number lena ethi FSE 385083 uqhamuka khona lapha yana kwi-case administration ye ballistic section yayinengxenye zobufakazi okanye nama exhibits alandelayo.
3.1 one 9mm parabellum caliber CZ model 75 semi-automatic pistol with serial number obliterated and marked it 34369/15 and one magazine.
Ku 3.1 ushuthi ngathola ke ngaphakathi kwaleyo evidence bag kwakhona ke i-9mm parabellum caliber eyayithi CZ model 75 semi-automatic i-pistol lena esikhuluma ngayo ke ye serial number eyayisusiwe ngabanye amazwi yayisuliwe kanti ke yayiphawulwe ngenombolo ethi 34369/15 kanye no magazine owodwa.
I just want to show you Exhibit 1, Warrant Officer. Exhibit 2 before this court. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Right, yeah, I can see here's a lab number underneath the trigger guard here. It's 34369/15.
Uthi yebo ke lengxenye yobufakazi ephambi kwami lana ngiyayikhumbula kanti ngiyabona ke kune lab number khona lapho ethi 34369/15.
Yes.
My lord, usually when a firearm comes to the lab for investigation, there's no serial number on the firearm that might be removed or wear and tear. We usually marked it under the trigger guard with the lab number that we are assigned to do the case in.
Ngenjayelo ke uma isibhamu siza kungukuthi mhlawumbe asinayo i-serial number isibhamu silethwa khona laphana kwi-laboratory yethu thina ke bese siyabhala siyayimarka khona laphana kwi-trigger guard. I-trigger guard ile evalele i-trigger siyamarka lapho ke sifake i-lab number eyethu khona lapho.
Yes.
3.2 18 9mm parabellum caliber cartridges not marked.
Masiza ku 3.2 sikhuluma ngama cartridges okanye ama cartridge awu 18 we 9mm parabellum caliber kanti nawo ke abengamakhiwe.
3.3 is 10 9mm short caliber cartridges not marked.
Kanti ke caliber cartridges awu 10 we 9mm nawo ke abengamakiwe.
I just want to show you Exhibit 5 before this quote. It's a blue box.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the blue box?
Well, we do lots of cases, but for this case, I can remember this one because I wrote on this box the amount of cartridge cases, the 9mm shorts, and the amount of 9mm parabellums that I received in that seal bag with the firearm. So I wrote it on this blue box with my handwriting.
Ngemvamisa ke sisebenza ngeingxenye zobufakazi eziningi kakhulu kanti ke leli bhokisi ngiyakhumbula ngoba ngabhala phansi khona lapho ukuthi kwakhona ke ama cartridge awu 9 ngamanye amazwi ke we parabellum caliber kanti ke kwakhona ke nama cartridge awu 10 ke we caliber leyo ye 9mm.
Yes, you may proceed.
Paragraph 4, the intention and scope of this forensic examination comprise the following.
Kanti ke inhlonso kanti nendawo yokusebenza kwayo le forensic examination yona ke ina khona ingxenye zakhona ezilandelayo.
4.1, the identification of ammunition.
Ku 4.1 kune identification of ammunition ngamanye amazwi ukhonjwa kweinhlamvu.
Paragraph 4.2, firearm mechanism examination.
Kanti ke nendlela ke ukusebenza kwesibhamu sisebenza ngakhona lokho ke kuye kwahlolwa nakhona.
4.3, techniques associated with the recovering and restoration processes of obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals.
Ku 4.3 indlela ke ezisetshenziswayo ezimalana nokutholwa nokubuyiselwa futhi ke nendlela ke inombolo ezisulwe kwisibhamu kusetshenzwa ngakhona ke kakhulukazi kuyingxenye zobufakazi okuyinsimbi mhlambe okanye imetal singasho kanjalo.
Paragraph 5.1, I visually inspected the cartridges mentioned in 3.2 to 3.3 and found that they consist of a primer, cartridge case, bullet, and were designed and manufactured to be fired by a center fire firearm.
Uthi ngamehlo ngahlolisisa lama cartridges lawa okhulunywa ngawo ku 3.2 kuya ku 3.3 ngase ngithola ukuthi ke kwakhona ke lento ebizwa ke I primer okanye leyo powder kanti ke ne cartridge case watholakala ke nenhlamvu indlela ke eza dwetshwa ngakhona okanye zenziwa ngakhona uma ikhicizwa futhi ke kwabonakala ke ukuthi kuyibhamu ke ezikwazi ukudubula ngaleyo ndlela ke ye okuthiwa I center fire.
Paragraph 6.
Yeah, just before you proceed, Warren, can you just clarify where these cartridges or the bullets?
No, it's cartridges.
Should lana sikhuluma ngama cartridge ke la.
Yes, just explain.
This,
what-
my lord, when you speak of a bullet, it's either a bullet that's not been loaded into a cartridge, or it's a bullet that's been fired. It's referred as a fired bullet. A cartridge consists usually of a bullet, a cartridge case, a primer, and propellant. That's the four things for a to be a cartridge.
Uma ke sikhuluma ngenhlamvu okungukuthi kuyinhlamvu ke yadubula okanye inhlamvu engafakwa kwi cartridge kanti ke bese uma sikhuluma nge cartridge sikhuluma ngalokho ke okumboza leyo nhlamvu.
So in this context, you're referring to a full cartridge
cartridge.
that hasn't been used.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's correct, my lord.
Shothi lana ke sikhuluma nge cartridge ke ebengakasetshenziswa.
Yes, you may proceed.
Paragraph 6. I examined and tested the pistol mentioned in 3.1 and found The pistol mentioned 3.1 functions normally without any of the defects, obvious
Kanti
defects.
ke ngiye ngahlola ngavivinya ke le pistol esikhuluma ngayo ke lesi sibhamu okhulunywa ngaso ku 3.1 ngase ngithola ukuthi lesi sibhamu lesi ke okhulunywa ngaso ku 3.1 sisebenza ngendlela ekahle nje ngaphandle kokuthi mhlambe kube nokuthize okungasebenzi kahle kuso leso sibhamu.
6.2. Ammunition used for test purposes were marked as 369 TC1 and 369 TC2 on the cartridge cases, and 369 TB1 and 369 TB2 on the bullets, and were fired in a pistol mentioned in 3.1.
Kanti ke inhlamvu ezisetshenzisiwe ke nokuthi zama kwake lezo inhlamvu kwama kwake ukuthi i369 TC1 ne369 TC2 lokho kwama kwakanye kwabekwa impawu khona lapho kuma cartridge cases go 369 TB1 no 369 TB2 lokho kwaseke kubekwa impawu ngaye kwama kwa amabullet lapho kwaseke kudutshulwa ke lesi sibhamu okukhulunywa ngaso ku 3.1.
Warrant Officer, can you just explain, in paragraph 6.2, the ammunition that you use for test purposes, what type of ammunition did you use?
My Lord, I used a military issue, the 9mm parabellum caliber, and the bullet consists of FMJ full metal jacket.
Kanti ke ngeke ngasebenzisa ke inhlamvu ezakhishwa ke kwi military laphayana emayelana ke ne 9mm.
And what type of ammunition is it's a full metal jacket?
My Lord, full metal jacket is a thick copper jacket that surrounded the internal part of the bullet that consists of lead. And it's got a little like a lip at the basis of that bullet. So it's a thicker, heavier, stronger copper jacket that's around the lead.
Kanti ke uma sikhuluma ngayo I full metal jacket sikhuluma ke ngalento okuyicopper okuyiyona ke engathi imbozeke inhlamvu yonkana la iqala khona.
Are you familiar with the other type of ammunition that's known as a complete metal jacket or CMJ?
My Lord, I am. That is also a copper jacket that's around the lead part of the bullet, but it's much thinner than the FMJ jacket. So the FMJ is a much harder and thicker copper jacket, and the CMJ complete metal jacket is a much thinner copper jacket that surrounds the bullet, the lead core of the bullet.
Uma ke sikhuluma ngengxenye nje yensimbi yenhlamvu uma sikhuluma nge-complete lead copper jacket leyo ke ungazuthi ke ayikho nkulu kakhulu okanye ayikho thick njengalena I-full metal jacket kodwa nayo ke imboze inhlamvu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Paragraph 7. I examined the mechanism of the pistol mentioned in 3.1 and found it to be self-loading, but not capable of discharging more than one shot with a single depression of the trigger. I also found that.
Uthi ke ngiye ngahlola ke indlela lesi sibhamu sebenza ngakhona kakhulukazi lesi okukhulunywa ngaso ku 3.1 ngase ngithola ukuthi ke isibhamu sikwazi ke ukuthi sifakele inhlamvu kumbhobho waso kanti ke akusisona ke isibhamu esikwaziyo ke ukudubula ke ukundlula inhlamvu eyodwa ngesikhathi uma ke umuntu ezopressa khona lapha yana kuyi trigger ngase ngithola futhi okulandelayo.
7.1. The device was manufactured to discharge center fire ammunition.
Kanti ke lesetshenziswa ke sakhicizwa ke ukuthi sikwazi ukudubula ngaleyo ndlela ye center fire idubula ke inhlamvu ngaleyo ndlela.
Warrant Officer, just before you proceed, if I can take you back to paragraph 6.2, what was the purpose of those tests as mentioned in paragraph 6.2?
My Lord, the purpose of the test firing is to test the firearm and see if it's in a working condition after you examined it. And then that test will be kept in a docket. So it can be used for future comparison with other cases or exhibits that come in. So you have that test then to compare the bullets, or so it be the cartridge cases with other exhibits or other cases.
Kanti ke uma senza ke ivivinyo lana mayelana ke no 6.2 senzela ke ukuthi imiphumela yakhona sikwazi ukuyiqhathanisa ke nengxenye ezinye zobufakazi ekungaze mhlambe ezilethwe singaze sisebenzise ke ama cartridge okanye sisebenzise inhlamvu ukwenza lezo ivivinyo.
So you may proceed to paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8. After the application of the electromagnetic etching process, I determine the serial number of the fire mentioned in 3.1, possibly as 8587B.
Kanti ke emva ukuthi kusetshenziswa leyo ndlela ke electromagnetic etching process ngase ngithola ke ukuthi I serial number yaleso sibhamu ekhulunywa ngaso ku 3.1 kunganokwenzeka ke ukuthi ithi 8587B.
Can you explain this electromagnetic etching process? What does it entail?
My Lord, when a serial number is punched onto a firearm, with the punch, the metal that is the number that is punched, or the numerical figure and the alphabetic number, when it's punched on that firearm, the part that they want to number, then that metal structure, the crystalline structure changes. It's deformed forever. It's compounded there, and then when you start etching with the electromagnetic process, you strip the firearm, the parts that you want to etch, and then you take it to the etch room.
Kanti ke uma kusetshenziswa ngaleyo ndlela ke yokuthi si yenze electromagnetic etching kuzophantshwa khona lapha kwesibhamu kanti indawo la kuphantshwa khona mhlambe kusetshenziswa ama alphabet okanye ama nambolo ike ishintshe ngamanye amazwi iyakwazi ukushintsha khona lapho.
Because the number of that firearm that's been put on the firearm compresses the metal very deep into the metal and changes the crystal structure of the metal. So you will take the part that you want to etch. You will take a grinder, a small grinder, with sanding paper. You will sand it first with a coarse one, then a finer one, and then you will polish it till it is smooth and very smooth the surface. And then you will apply a white contrast spray onto that part that you want to etch.
Kanti ke leyo ndawo ke iyacindezeleka la kufika kushawe khona ke kuphanshwe kufakwe amanambolo lapho emva kokuthi ke lokho kubonakala phezulu kwesibhamu kuyisetshenziswa ke igrinder izokwazi ke ukuthi izama ukuqondisa ke khona lapho nokuthi kupolisheke leyo ndawo la kufike kwaphanshwa amanambolo khona ukuze ke ithi ukuba abushelelezi khona lapho bese kusetshenziswa ke nespray esithize phezulu leyo ndawo.
No, then you will put the part that you want to etch is like a big electromagnetic magnet that works with electricity. You'll put that part on that magnet, and you will run it for more or less 20 to 30 seconds. And then you will take like a limited black magnetic ink. It's a black ink that got fine iron in it, like a shavings, but very, very small. And then you will, with a pipette, you will drip that onto that surface with the white contrast spray where the number is supposed to be. You will drip it there, and then the magnetic ink will go to the places where the number is etched on. It will stick there, and that's the way you can read the number then of the firearm that you are etching with the electromagnetic system.
Kanti ke uma uzosebenzisa ke leyo electromagnetic etching kufika ke isikhathi lapho ke kuyosetshenziswa ke ink mhlambe ke lokho kungathatha imizuzwana engaba u20 kuya ku30 uthatha ke leyo ink uloko uyithela phezulu leyo ndawo ke la ufike wapuncture khona leyo ink ke ineyicezunyana ezincane zensimbi ezokwazi ke ukuthi emva kwesikhashana kukwazi ukubonakala ukuthi kuyokwaphantshwa amanambolo enjani okanye ama alphabet anjani khona lapho la iinki ifike yatheleka khona phezulu kwesibhamu.
My Lord, the ink is like filing when you file a metal. that small filings is in that ink, and that's why it can adhere to the number.
Uyabona ke le ink le inama filings okanye uyabona uma uzofila insimbi okanye metal lezo icezo iqhamuka lapho ke izona ezitholakala ke ngaphakathi kwaleyo ink. Kanti ke uma uzothela leyo ink la kufike ngaphansi khona lezo icezo lezo izona ezizokwazi ke ukuthi zikhiphe inombolo okanye ke ama alphabet waleso sibhamu la ufike wathela leyo ink khona.
Yes, thank you. May proceed. Warrant Officer. Paragraph 9.
Paragraph 9. The conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by the means of an examination and process which required the knowledge and skill of forensic ballistics.
Kanti ke inqumo ke evelelana emalana ke namaqiniso kwasetshenziswa ke ukuhlolwa ke nendlela ukusetshenziswa ngakhona khona lapha yana ke ukuya ngolwazi futhi lwe forensic ballistics.
Paragraph 10. The exhibits and tests mentioned in 3.1 to 3.3 and 6.2 were disposed of as follows.
Kanti ke lengxenye zofakazi ezizavivinywa ukuya kuleya paragraph okanye subparagraph 3.1 ukuya ku 3.3 6.2 zalahlwa ke ngendlela elandelayo okanye zasuswa ke ngendlela elandelayo.
10.1. On 13 February 2015, the exhibits mentioned 3.1 to 3.3 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 4000810-885 and handed over to the case administration of the ballistic section.
Ngey 13 February 2015 ingxenye zobufakazi okukhulunywa ngazo ku 3.1 ukuya ku 3.3 zavalwa okanye zasilwa kwi evidence bag okanye kule plastic zobufakazi elaline number elandelayo PA 400810885 zathathwa ke lengxenye zobufakazi zaswa khona laphana kwi case administration ye ballistic section.
10.2. On 18 February 2015, these men were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 50015511419 and fighting case with lab number 34369/15.
Kanti ke 10.2 ithi yona ngey 18 February 2015 kwenzwa ivivinyo njengoba zivelela khona laphayana kulela phuzo 6.2 lezo ingxenye ke ezayivalelwe ngaphakathi ke kwe evidence bag eyayiqukethe le nombolo elandelayo EPA 5001-551-419 kanti zafayilwa kwi case file ye enenombolo lena ke yase lab ithi lab 34369/15.
Now, Warrant Officer, did you do any comparisons on these exhibits?
No, I did not compare it, this test with anything.
Kanti ke lezi vivinyo ke azange ngiqhathanise nokunye.
Yes, may proceed. Paragraph 11.
Paragraph 11. During the performance of my official duties, the service and the test mentioned were for the purpose of the examination kept in custody under lock and key from 13 February 2015 until 18 February 2015.
Ngenkathi ke ngenza umsebenzi wami osemthethweni ingxenye zobufakazi ke nevivinyo okhulunywe ngazo ke zenziwa kanjalo ke ngenhloso yokuthi kube nokuhlolwa okuthize ke okuzokwazi ukuthi kubekwe khona laphana la kubekwa khona ngabanye amazwi eindaweni okanye endaweni ekwazi ukuthi ikhiwe okanye ilokhwe kanti indawo yakhona inaso iski ngempela ukusuka ke ngey 13 zika February 2015 ukufika ke ngey 18 zika February 2015.
Now, Warrant Officer, did you do any further work on the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 10.2 after the 18th of February 2015?
Yes, my lord. I did comparisons. I did comparisons with one station, and then I did comparisons again with several stations, and then I opened it for a court case. So 3 times I did work on that thing further.
Uthi kulento lena ke ngasebenza mhlambe ke ikhawenza abo ezu 3 Kanti ke ngangikhathanisa ke neteshi ehlukahlukene emva kwe-18 zika February 2015.
That's you.
I'm sorry, you'll be referring to a document. Can you just explain what is that document that you'll be referring to?
That is my SAP 5, when I make notes. What did I do with the seal bags? What seal bag I opened, and what seal bag I sealed it again, and what date I did that.
Kanti ke ngikhuluma ngale SAP 5 uma ngikhuluma ke ngedocument ethize ke ngangiyisebenzisa ke ukuzama ke ukuthi ngiqokelele ingxenye zobufakazi mayelana ke nalelicala kanti ke ne seal bag engiyisebenzisile nakho ke ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngiyifake lapho inombolo yakho na leyo seal bag.
And when do you make those notes in the SAP 5?
The day when I do that comparison to other cases, I will make that SAP 5, no, SAP 5 with the notes.
Uma ke ngenza le SAP 5 yami kungenkathi ke ngiqhathanisa ke ama notes ukuthi ngamanye amazwi ngiqhathanisa ingxenye zobufakazi namanye amacala lapho ke ngiphinde ke ngibhale phansi ke ama notes ukuthi ngenzani khona lapho ku SAP 5.
Do you want to refresh your memory from the entries that you made in the
Yeah,
SAP
I have
5?
it here in front of you, my lord.
Yes.
If you can maybe let the court know when that I did what and which seal bag was open and
Yes.
which one was sealed.
Yes. Can you
My
give
lord,
us-
on the first one, I opened that seal bag that I sealed that ends on 419. I opened it on the 18th, 2015-02-18.
Uthi kona ke le sakana ke lobufakazi ngalivula lapho ke kusho ukuthi i seal bag number yakhona iyayigcina ngo419 ngayivula nge18 zika February 2015.
I opened seal bag PA 500 155 1419.
Kanti ke uthi ngayivula ke okanye ngalivula lelo sakana lobufakazi EPA 5001551419
To compare it with lab 26766/15.
gase ke ngiqhathanisa ke ne lab 26766/15.
And which case is that, Warrant Officer?
That was Alexandra Cash 501/00/2015.
Kwakuyi case yase Alexander lena engikhuluma ngayo ye case 501/01 year 2015.
I then on the 18th, I sealed that exhibits that tests again in seal bag PA 500 155 1429 in lab 34369/15.
Kukhona le seal bag eyayine number ke ethi PA 5001551429 bese ngiqhathanisa ke nale ethi lab number 34369/15 nge18 zika February 2015.
My lord, then I opened that seal bag PA 500 155 149 1429. I opened it on the 2015-08-11.
Kanti ke nge11 zika August 2015 ngaphinde ngavula ke leyo bag eyayine seal bag number PA 5001551429.
To compare it with 5 other labs.
Kanti ke ngazama ke ukuyiqhathanisa ke namanye ke ama lab ngamanye amazwi ke ama case alethwa khona lapha yana ke kwi lab awu5
If you say 5 other labs, can you just explain what you mean?
That is 5 different cases that came in with different case numbers. That I compared exhibits that was in that case numbers, that I compared it with this test of mine.
Kanti ke uma ngisho ke namanye ama lab awu5 ngangisho khona ke ukuthi ngiphathisele le case lena engase ngivule i seal bag yakhona namanye ke ama case alethwe khona lapha yana ke thina kwi lab awu5.
I then sealed that seal back again
Ngaphinde ngayivala futhi leyo seal bag
in seal bag PA 600 177 901 in lab 3436915 on the 2015-08-19.
Ganti ke leyo sealback number ATPA 600 1770701 777-901 okungukuthi ke iyayithathaniswa nayo ke i-lab number 34369/15 ngayivala nge-19 zika August 2015.
My Lord, then I opened that back, PA 600-177-901 on 2016-01-29.
Ganti ke leyo bheki ATPA 600 177-901 ngayivula futhi nge-29 zika January 2016.
That was for court preparation for that first case that Alexander, that I compared that test with that exhibits.
Ganti ke ngangihlelela ke lelo cala la mayelana ke necala se Alexandra ngangiloko ngiqhathanisa le case na lelo cala.
And then,
Sorry, can you just explain if you say to do court preparation, what do you mean?
my Lord, for court preparation, I opened the back to take photos of the exhibits.
Kanti ke ukuthi ngihleleleke inkantolo okanye ngilungiselele inkantolo ngivula ke lesaka eliphethe ke ingxenye zobufakazi bese ngithatha izithombe mayelana lezo ingxenye zobufakazi
To compare the exhibits and the tests to make court charts.
ukwenza isiqiniseko ke sokuthi ngiqhathanisa ke ingxenye zobufakazi nokuthi ngikwazi ukwenza ke ne charge yasenkantolo.
My Lord, then I sealed that test again on 2016-01-29 in sealback PA 600-1533799 in lab number 34369/15.
Ngaphinde ngalivala ke lelo saka lengxenye zobufakazi nge-21 zika January 2016 ngikhuluma ke ngesaka lobufakazi eline sealback number PA 60015-33799 lelo kunguthi lalimayelana ke nalelo cala elithi lab number 34369/2015.
Yes, Warrant Officer, if I may just interrupt you and refer to Exhibit X in brackets 13 in bracket C. It's the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, paragraph 4 thereof.
Paragraph 4.
Yes, what is the seal number that is referred to in paragraph 4?
On the same day, I opened another seal evidence back with number PA 600-1533-799. Mark Cleveland Cash 960215, found in case lab 34669. That is the same back number that I sealed this test on the 29th of January 2016.
Kusho ukuthi ngalelo suku ke ngase ngiyavula ke ufunda khona la ku paragraph 4 yalesi statement esilethwe kuye ngalelo langa ke ngase ngivula ke I seal back okanye I sealed evidence back ye number ethi PA 60015333799 kanti ke iyayimakhiwe ke iyayimalana ke ne case yase Cleveland ye CAS 96/02/15 ngayithola kwi case file ye lab 34369/15 shuthi ke nge-29 zika January 2016 ngiphinde this was opened.
Yeah, it's sealed.
Sealed, yeah. Ushuthi nge-29 zika January 2016 ngaphinde ngayivala ke iyafana nalena engiye ngayivala ngaleyo date ethi PA 60015333799.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Do you confirm the correctness of your affidavit and stand by its
I
contents?
do, my Lord.
Yebo, ngiyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi le affidavit engiyenzile la enkantolo iyona iqondile kuyiqiniso.
Is there anything further you wish to add?
No, my Lord.
Akukho kunye futhi engingathanda ukuthi ngongeze ngakho phezulu kwalokho esengikushilo.
Thank you, my lord. That's all.
Mr. Pili, any cross-examination?
Indeed so, my lord. I'm indebted. Thank you. More warrant officer.
More.
Now, warrant officer, let me start at paragraph 2.2.3 of your 212 statement, which deals with the transfer of marks by the firearm to the cartridges, fired cases, and fired bullets. Do you see that?
I see, my lord.
Uthi yebo ngiyayibona ke le ngxenye le paragraph ku 2.2.3 ekhuluma ngokuthi ke transfer of marks okanye ke ukusuleleka ke kwezimpawu phezulu bhamu okanye ke ama cartridges webhamu wesibhamu kanti ke nama cartridge adujuliwe okanye asetshenzisiwe nezinhlamvu ezidujuliwe.
Now, in your experience as a ballistics expert from 2001, have you ever seen two firearms to leave similar class characteristics and individual characteristics on projectiles or bullets?
My lord, for instance, if you take this firearm, the CZ75, that might be that the class characteristics might be the same, but individual markings will be different. There will be differences in the individual markings.
Kanti ke uma sithatha mhlambe ke uphendula lo mbuzo ukuthi ama class characteristics nama individual characteristics angafana yini webhamu ezihlukene uthi uma mhlambe sithathe iCZ75 kanti ama class characteristics kunokwenzakala ukuthi afane kanti ke ama individual characteristics kunokwenzakala ke wona angafani.
Now, also in your experience as a ballistics expert, how many roughly check CZ75 9mm Luger firearms have you fired to see whether they leave the same, consistently same class and individual characteristics?
No, but this
My lord.
Sorry. This witness is clear. He says there may be a correlation or a coinciding of class characteristics, but not with the individual characteristics.
Yeah,
No,
it will differ.
Yeah,
My
like
lord.
fingerprints.
Yeah, it will differ.
Yeah, that's what the witness is conveying. So in other words, no two firearms, doesn't matter their names, even in the CPZ, will have the same individual characteristics.
No,
No
that's
two.
correct, my lord. That's correct.
Ngamanye amazwi engushoyo lana ke inkantolo iqondile ke mayisho kanjalo azikho izibhamu ezu2 engashiya ke izimpawu ezifananayo kakhulukazi uma sibheka ama individual characteristics. Isibhamu ngasinye siyakwazi ukushiya izimpawu zaso uma sesadutshulwa.
And would I also be correct to say multiple guns are chambered to, are designed to chamber the same ammunition?
Yeah, my lord, like you've got the Glock, you've got the CZ, you've got the Beretta, the Foglio Taurus, they all shoot 9mm parabellum, or whatever caliber it was designed for to fire. So, but there's different makes that all can also shoot 9mm parabellums. But that will be maybe different class characters and individual markings, my lord.
Kanti ke izibhamu ezihlukile ziyakwazi ke ukuthi isebenziseke inhlamvu zesibhamu esodwa ngamanye amazwi. Kunokwenzeka ke ukuthi lesi sibhamu kuyiCZ75 esinye mhlambe kuyiBeretta kodwa ke inhlamvu ezisetshenziswa khona lapho inhlamvu efanayo. Amaphawu wona ke individual characteristics azohlala ekhona asho ukuthi lesi okanye lenhlamvu yadutshulwa ngesibhamu esinjena. Ama class characteristics wona angaloko eba khona kodwa ke ama individual characteristics azohlala ekhona na noma kusetshenziswa ke inhlamvu ezodwa eziqhamuka ke okanye zisetshenziswa kulezo izibhamu ezihlukile.
So, for example, when I refer to these cartridges, a 9mm parabellum, a 9mm Luger or 9x19mm parabellum, and a NATO 9mm parabellum, I'm practically referring
Yeah, it's
to the same
It's
cartridge.
the same, yeah.
Okay.
That's the
Uma ke
same.
mhlambe sikhuluma ngeLuger nge 9mm i-parabellum okanye ke i-NATO sikhuluma nje nge-cartridge eyodwa la. Ibhamu ihlukile kodwa ke cartridge eyodwa la.
And what cartridges, as for example, non-military cartridges are interchangeable with center firing, like the ones that I've mentioned now, the 9mm Parabellum, 9mm Luger, Parabellum or 9x19 or the NATO 9mm. Which firearms, except the Luger CZ75, will fire that firearm, those cartridges?
As I said to the markets, there's lots of firearms that can fire that. It's different manufacturers. So it's hard for me to say, to name all of them, my lord.
Sorry.
But
Yeah, okay, you want to go.
there's a lot of firearms that can fire the 9x19 or the 9mm Luger or the 9mm Parabellum.
Because the defining concept must be the caliber.
Yeah, that's why they make a firearm, or a
That's it.
635 or 762,
Yeah.
or a 9mm short, or 9mm Parabellum.
Right, yeah.
So there's a wide spectrum on the market, firearms that can fire a 9mm Parabellum, or a 9x19, or a 9mm Luger.
Shuthi ko zikhona ibhamu ezihlukile engakwazi ukuthi idubuleke i9x9 19mm kanti ke okwenza ke umehluko kakhulukazi i-caliber yesibhamu ukuthi lesi sibhamu ngempela singathatha yipi inhlamvu.
And now, you see, Warrant Officer, the reason I'm asking you all this, you'll be patient with me, it's for clarification purposes for myself and for the accused persons that I represent, because I'm a lay person when it comes to firearms, cartridges, and the like. Now, can a revolver fire a 9mm cartridge or bullet?
What revolver you're referring to, sir?
Yabona ke ukuzomela ukuthi ungitshele ukuthi sikhuluma ngayiphi i-revolver uma ubuza ukuthi i-revolver iyakwazi yini ukudubula inhlamvu ze9mm na.
Let me take the revolver that I hear of, a .38 special
.38
revolver. Yes.
My lord, no, because the 9mm cartridge, it's thicker, so it won't fit into the 38 special revolver.
Uyabona ke inhlamvu ye9mm ithi kuba nkudlwana okanye ukudlodlobalanyana angeke ekwazi ukungena ku38 special uma ngabe ke umuntu ufuna ukuyisebenzisa ukudubula i38 special isibhamu leyo revolver.
Now, let's go to another aspect, which is you talked about two types of bullets, the FMJ, which is the full metal jacket, and the CMJ, which is the complete metal jacket. And you said the only difference is the thickness of the copper covering around the lead, correct?
That's correct. The FMJ's got the center part, the lead core of the bullet, and it's surrounded with a thick copper jacket that's at the base of the bullet. It just go a little bit in like a lippy there, and then you can still see some of the lead there. But the complete CMJ, it's the whole bullet lead core is covered with that thin copper jacket. You can't see the lead at the base, at the bottom.
Manje uma sikhuluma nge-FMJ ne-CMJ umehluko ukhona. FMJ ithe ukuba thick okanye ukudlodlobala nayo phezulu kwe-lid ijacket yakhona kanti i-lid uyakwazi ukuthi uloku uyibona kancanyana. Uma siza khona lapha na ku-CMJ ethi complete metal jacket yona ke kuthiwa i-thin kanti ke i-lead lena awukwazi ukuyibona okanye leyo nsimbi awukwazi ukuyibona ngokupheleleyo.
Now, Warrant Officer, if I know you are not involved in this case, but I want your knowledge as a ballistics expert. If we look at photo, I think it's 15, what is this, 18? Photo 18 of Exhibit D. Now, the testimony from Lieutenant Colonel Mandela is Mangena is the following: that the bullet hole that you see there, or the damage that you see there, was caused by a CMJ cartridge. But before that damage was done to the door, it first perforated the victim of the body. Now, my question simply is this: the durability and the fragmentation of the CMJ vis-a-vis the FMJ, can you clarify that for us in respect particularly to the damage that's caused there and the fact that it also perforated a victim's body?
You see, my lord, if I look at that place there, that almost looked like the shape of a bullet. There.
Uma ngibheka lengxenye ke yomonakalo laphayana ke kubuye ngazuthi ke inhlamvu ke yashaya lapha.
And it struck, seems like he struck the door and he moved like to the side. That's when he damaged that wood fragments there.
Kanti ke kubuye ngathi iye yashaya ke ingxenye lomnyango yase ke ithi ukuya ngapha ngaseceleni ukusuka kwayo lapho. Bungaleyo ndlela ke kubona ngathi kukhona omunye umonakalo duze nalapho yashaya khona inhlamvu ekucala.
My lord, I was not at the crime scene or the post-mortem,
Yes.
but I suppose why, if I don't know what type of bullet that was that went through there.
According to Christian Mangena, it was CMJ, the ones that you currently have from those exhibits.
My lord, when for that bullet to go, it seems to me, as I said, I was not on the scene, like it was an unstable bullet.
And you haven't reconstructed the scene?
No, but according to some of the energy must have been dumped by the bullet when it went through the body, obviously. When it went through the body of the person.
Kanti ke mina ke bengekho lapha endaweni esigameko futhi ke azange ke ngithola ithuba lokuthi mhlambe ngaphinde ke ngithi ukwetshisa okanye uphinde futhi ukwakha le ndawo yesigameko kodwa ke kuyabonakala ukuthi okanye kusobala ukuthi kukhona i-energy okanye umdla oye walahleka ngenkathi inhlamvu ishaya ke umzimba umufi okanye lo muntu wadubuleka phambilini athi ngokuba ke izophinda ishaye kwenye indawo.
My lord, I also don't know how many damages on the bullet, but as I seen it, like it seemed like he struck it there. Lots of the energy has been dumped in the bodies. That's why it's not the bullet might be still in a good condition. I don't know. I didn't see the bullet because of the energy that's been dumped through the body and he struck the door there, and that's why. Yeah, it is.
Manje njengoba sengishilo ke uphinda khona lokho ukuthi inhlamvu ithi miqala ishaya umzimba ilahlekelwa umdla othizo kanye energy ethize njengoba kubukeka ukuthi umonakalo ophinde wenzeka emva kokuthi leyo nhlamvu ishaye umzimba ilo monakalo ovela laphayana ke.
My lord, and going through the body, I suppose that's why the bullet got unstable. If it went through the body,
So
it
it
might
was
start tumbling, yeah.
Tumbling.
And not gyroscopically turning around his own axis anymore.
Okay.
It start tumbling.
Mhlambe ke isona sizathu ke esikwazi ke ukustatisela ukuthi kwenzekeni emva kokuthi isibhamu okanye inhlamvu ishaye umzimba yalahlekelwa ke indlela ehamba ngakhona inhlamvu uma isanda ukudutshulwa kusibhamu ngoba yaphuma kusibhamu yangena emzimbeni yaphuma emzimbeni ke yasehamba ngendlela engajwayelekile.
Now, talk to me about the same firearm, the exhibit that is in front of you. On which side, if you fire, does it eject cartridges?
It will eject to the right-hand side, my lord.
Isibhamu mas usidubula ke lesi sikhuluma ngaso ke sizokhipha ke ama cartridges ngapha ngesokudla.
Now, I know you are not involved with this case. That's a rider that I'm putting. So if you cannot comment, say you cannot comment. But the point is this. From this scene, according to Christian Mangena, the Lieutenant Colonel, to at least according to his observations, 2 shots were fired in the confines of this kitchen, and after a thorough search, cartridges were not found. Now, I want you to talk to me about why would, on certain scenes, cartridges be found and not be found on others after the shooting of a firearm like that?
Yes, my lord. Yeah, I have to speculate because, and I don't want to. If there's 2 shots fired, if it's possible that one could have been stuck in the firearm with a firearm jamming, that's one possibility. But the other cartridge, I can explain one, maybe. It's a possibility. I say that's not what happened, but it's a possibility. And the other one, I don't know if it's how it got lost on that scene, my lord.
Manje kunokwenzeka ke ukuthi kube nenhlamvu njengoba okanye ama cartridges angatholakali kakhulukazi ngenza umzekelo ngithi ake sithi umuntu uyadubula i-cartridge iyastaka khona lapho ayikwazi ke ukuthi ikhahleleke kwisibhamu. Mhlambe leyo cartridge uma kuzo-checkwa ama-cartridges asetshenzisiwe lapho uthola ukuthi kutholakala ke inumber ethize yama-cartridges kanti amanye awatholakali. Kunokwenzeka ukuthi i-cartridge iye yastaka mhlambe ngaphakathi kwesibhamu okanye yajema ngaphakathi kwesibhamu.
Now let's move on, and as well, I'm putting according to our case. If you cannot comment, you cannot. This thing the scenario that I've presented to you, according to Mangena's observation, the bullet perforates the victim, he dies, and we are talking about these bullets in particular. What are the chances of, through swabbing, through further testing by other people, not you, of finding blood or biological matter on a bullet that has perforated a victim?
I don't know if they will find DNA on that thing because it's moved with a high velocity through the body. They might find, they might not find, I don't know. Can't elaborate on that, my lord.
Angazi ke lapho ke ukuthi DNA ingatholakala yini kwinhlamvu eke yadubula umuntu yaphuma futhi. Angazi mhlawumbe angakhona ukuyenza ivivinyo bese bayayithola iDNA. Siloko sikhumbula ke phela iDNA inhlamvu ihamba ngesivinini esiphezulu kakhulu manje angazi ke ukuthi ingatholakala noma yini.
Now also talk to me about the following. Say for example, argument's sake, in this kitchen, there's evidence led that there was a scuffle between the victim.
Mr. Ramasepedi.
Sorry, madam.
This is an expert.
Yes.
If you want him to assist this court and assist you,
Yes.
you must give him the full scenario.
Yes.
Tell him what Mangena says, what happened to the gun that perforated the deceased. It was unstable, it did what it ended where.
Yes.
Don't ask a witness trick questions, please.
Sorry, my lord, don't ask.
Trick questions. Give him the whole scenario. He's an expert. He hasn't told you what happened to that bullet, has he? Would you like to know what happened to it?
Yeah, my lord.
Give the expert the whole scenario so that he can use his expertise to assist the court and yourselves.
Yes, but with all due respect, my lord, I've said, if he can comment, he cannot comment.
Fine, but give him the whole scenario.
Yes, I will, but I'm not trying to
Give him the whole scenario.
I'm not trying to trick the witness.
No, give him the whole scenario,
Okay,
please.
but I wasn't trying to trick him, my lord. Now, with respect, my warrant officer, according to warrant officer, Lieutenant Colonel, these titles are a bowl soup of ABCs and Lieutenant Colonel. But the point is this. The bullet perforates the victim, it tumbles, it causes the damage to the door, then it ricochets and it is found at the corner. It is photo 127 of Exhibit D. That's where the bullet ends up at.
Sorry. The full story, Mangena's hypothesis, is that that kitchen door was not shut.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
yes.
it was not shut. It was
It was
ajar.
not completely shut,
And this
so
is
the-
what caused the bullet not to penetrate.
So he struck it on an angle.
But
That's
an
it.
angle, yes.
I mean,
Yeah. It would be possible for that bullet to ricochet from that door to any place in the room. I can't say where.
Yebo kuyakhonakala ke. Kakhulukazi njengoba umnyango ubuvulekile ubuya ngoMangena, kuyakhonakala ukuthi inhlamvu ingasuka kumzimba ke omufi ifike ishaye kulomnyango ovulekile ngoba phela ke isiphendukile ihambe ke iphambuke leyo nhlamvu iyoshaya okanye iyophindi ihlale endaweni engeke ngisho ukuthi iyophelela kuphi kodwa ke ukuphambuka iyakwazi ukuthi ingaphambuka kakhulukazi uma ishaya engele khona la ishaye khona kakhulukazi sibheke la eminyango.
My Lord, if I may just ask a question. The bullet, is he lying on the floor there where it's found?
It's exactly where it was allegedly found on
Now,
the kitchen
my Lord,
countertop.
another thing that you can't rule out is people is moving, trying to help the person maybe and stuff. They can kick the bullet around as well. We don't know.
Enye into ke okuyiqiniso ke ubufakazi lokuthi abantu mhlambe baloko behamba kanjalo bengaqapheli kungenzeka ukuthi bayikhahlele lenhlamvu ewele phansi bethi belekelela lona owele phansi okanye odubulekile.
Now, if I may ask you this, in preparation of Mr. Mangena's report for this case, did he consult you regarding what you've done previously on this? Okay.
This is the first time I heard that when I was a Puna, called to court, that he was doing this case of.
Okokuqala ngizwa ke ngomangena ukuthi uyena obenza le case le ngamanye amazwi mina nomangena azange esikhulumele phambilini ngicela ukuzwa khona la enkantolo ukuthi ke wabizwa ke naye waphana ngestatement sakhe la enkantolo wathini ngicela ukuzwa la enkantolo.
Now, lastly, Warrant Officer, you testified about the etching process, and we were, as defense counsel and accused persons, shown the firearm, and we did not observe the B, the number ending with the B on the firearm.
Yeah.
Does the number disappear after the etching process? Then we will have to
You
review.
can't see it clearly with the naked eye then anymore.
Okay.
Leyo number lo ke uma kwenza lento ye etching emva kwalokho ke angeke usakwazi ukuthi uyibone ngamehlo nje wenyama leyo number lo ke egcina ngoB.
Okay. No, that's fine. My Lord, I mean, those are my questions.
Yeah, except that to finish the advocate's scenario, that bullet, it's not, just look at that picture, it's not situated on top of a cupboard. That's why I say you must give the expert the whole scenario. Allegedly, this bullet landed, just show Mr. Baloi, just show us where the bullet is supposed to have landed behind the jars. Are those the jars?
See, it's very close to that door, and if you strike it like on an angle, it might be possible to land there, my Lord.
That's where allegedly that bullet was either found or planted or landed.
Yeah, that's,
So it's a possibility.
that's true, my Lord.
Kuyakhonakala khona ukuthi leyo nhlamvu kakhulukazi siqhathanisa indawo leyo nhlamvu etholakala khona nomnyango ukuthi umnyango okanye isicapha sikude kangani naleyo ndawo lokho kuyakhonakala.
Yeah. Now the other supposition I didn't put, Mr. Numalo says, after it landed wherever there, it was removed. It was removed. He doesn't know where it was. Is that yours?
Not that one.
Oh, which one is it?
The one that was fired from the 38, from the .38 revolver. I was referring to that one, not that one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, not that one.
Okay. He was not referring to that one, he says. Fine. Yeah. Any questions, Mr. Mnisi? What's your time there, Mr. Baloi? There are announcements to be made today.
22 minutes past 11, my lord.
22 minutes?
Past 11.
Oh. Is there a time like that? So it's not yet 11:30.
No, not as yet.
It's 22 minutes past.
11:22, yes.
Oh, yes. Now I understand you. Can you adjourn for 15 minutes?
Now, as part of your resume, you mentioned that in paragraph 2.1.7 of your 212 statement, that you also did some training on microphotography. What is that?
That's the photograph. You have a exhibit and a test, or exhibits to compare.
Yes.
That's the way to take a photograph to give illustration to the court what you see on the microscope.
Shuthi ke khona lana ke kuyi profile yami ngishilo lapha ukuthi ne microphotography ngiyenzile ngiyengaqeqeshwa khona lapho ke kanti ke lokho kusho ukuthi nje uthatha ingxenye zobufakazi uyayiqhathanisa ngaphansi kwe microscope ubese ke uthatha ithombe lokho kubonayo ngaphansi kwe microscope yilokho uzothatha isithombe sakho ubese ke uzokulungiselela ke kube ingxenye yobufakazi la enkantolo ezolekelela inkantolo.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's just what I wanted to understand with the microphotographic process. Now you're saying again that on page 3 of your 212 statement,
Yes, sir.
that the exhibits that were handed in 3.2 and 3.3, you did not mark them.
Yeah, my lord, many times when you send in some cartridges and there's no actually asking to examine the emanation, you just do it by visually examine the emanation. If you have asked to examine it completely, then you will take the whole cartridge apart so that the bullet is one side, the propellant, and the prime cartridge case is one side.
Shuthi uma ucela ukuthi uvivinyo ke okanye uwenze ke ivivinyo kwingxenye zobufakazi kakhulukazi sibheke ku 3.2 no 3.3 sivele sithathe sibheke ngokubheka nje kuphela ngaphandle ukuthi sivuleke sihlephule senze ingxenye kanti ke uma becelile ke ukuthi yenzani ke isivivinyo esiphelele kulapho ke sizohlephula inhlamvu yonke sikhipha icartridge sibheke nalahlala khona ipowder nenhlamvu le engena emzimbeni lokho ke siyakwazi ukuthi sikwenze ingalokho ke ngibhalela na ukuthi not marked.
So in other words, you do your investigations according to the request that you receive.
Yeah.
Ngamanye amazwi yebo mina ngenza ke uphenyo lwami ukuya ke ngalokho engicelwe khona ukuthi mangikwenze.
Thank you, sir. Further on in paragraph number 6, you say that you fired an ammunition used for test purposes and you marked them 3690C1, 3690C2.
Sorry, is it recorded? There's an allegation that there's no signal that your machine is recording. But you say it is recording. Hello? Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
As it is a court, my lord. And then you also 3690B1 and 3690B2. These tests were fired in the pistol mentioned in 3.1.
That's correct, my lord.
Kanti ke lezi vivinyo ke ezenziwe khona laphana uma sibheka ku paragraph or sub paragraph 6.2 inhlamvu zasetshenziswa ke injongo iyakhona ke bekungukuthi kwenziwe ivivinyo emva kwalokho zase ke ziyamakho kanye zaphawulwa ke kuthiwa enye ethi 369 TC1 kanti okunye kwathiwa i369 TC2 lokho kwenzwa phezulu kwama cartridge case okunye kwathiwa ke i369 TB1 okunye 369 TB2 lokho kwenziwa ke ivivinyo zenziwa phezulu kwenhlamvu kwasetshenziswa ke isibhamu esivelela khona lapha yana ke kwi subparagraph 3.1.
Now, this test exhibits, if I were to call them that way, were these cartridges. Were they your own cartridges, or were the cartridges that you found in that green box?
No, my lord, we are issued with ammunition
Yes.
on a you have your own stack of ammunition that you use for test purposes. It's just exceptional calibers that you don't, that's not usually used. Then you can go and book it out at the ammo safe at the second floor. But usually this is ammo that's been allocated to you to use for test purposes.
Okay.
Lezi inhlamvu ezikhishwayo esinikezwa zona ukuthi zizo sebenza ke ukwenza ivivinyo lezo. Hayi kangako ke ukuthi inhlamvu ezasetshenziswa ngenkathi ke kutholakala lesi sibhamu okukhulunywa ngaso. Kanti ngale ku second floor bayakwazi ke ukuthi basinikeze lezo inhlamvu esizoyisebenzisa mayelana ke nevivinyo. Kukhona ke amakaliber athize esinganikezwa wona kufanele ukuthi uze uye khona lapho uyobhuka lawo makaliber ukuze ukwazi ukunikezwa inhlamvu lezo.
So answer the question, no, I did not use any of this cartridges that I received.
Ukuphendula lo mbuzo ke futhi ukuthi azange ngisebenzise ezinye zeinhlamvu engayithola ke.
Now-
Kabazi ehambelana nalesi sibhamu.
Now, did I hear you correctly when you say, for the purposes of the testing, you used full military jacket, the FMJ?
That's correct. That's a military ammunition made by PMP, and I fired 2 shots with that
Yes.
ammunition.
Shuke ngasebenzisa ke zona lezo inhlamvu eqhamuka khona ke okanye zakhe kuzwa yiyo PNP kanti ngadubula ka2 ngazo lezo inhlamvu.
And did I further hear you correctly when you say, there's also a complete military jacket, but the full military jacket, it's a more stronger version than the complete military jacket. Than
it's
the
harder
complete
and it's
military
stronger.
jacket.
That's
Yes.
correct, my lord.
A complete military jacket yona ke iqine kakhulu ukundlula lena full military jacket.
Let's repeat that. Of the 2 types of ammunition that you used, the full military jacket and the complete military jacket, which one is stronger than the other?
The FMJ, the full metal jacket, will be harder than the CMJ, complete metal jacket. It's that softer copper that's used for the jacket.
Thank you.
Around the bullet core.
FMJ kahle kahle yona ke eqine kakhulu ukundlela CMJ.
Thank you. Would there be a particular reason why you opted to use this full military jacket instead of the complete military jacket when you had to investigate?
No, my lord, it's only because that's the ammunition that we've been issued to do the test with. That's the only reason that I shot FMJs, 9mm parabellums, in the firearm that was tested.
Asikho esinye isizathu ngaphandle kokuthi izona inhlamvu abasinikeza zona lezo ama FMJs ukuthi senze ivivinyo ngazo. Hayi kangako ukuthi ngiyayikhethela ukuthi ngifuna ziphi inhlamvu kwenza ivivinyo ngazo.
Now, after you had fired these test exhibits, do you then take time to look at them and satisfy yourself that in an event that a scene exhibit were to come, you would be able to compare that exhibit from the scene and these test exhibits?
No, my lord, if it's only a firearm, after I fire that test, I will seal it in that seal bag and seal it in my docket. When there's another exhibits coming in to investigate, I will open it and have a look at it then, and I will compare the exhibits, and then I'll compare the exhibits with the test fired. So it'd be the cartridge case or the bullet.
Kanti ke engikwenzayo uma ngabe mhlambe isibhamu sodwa esilethwa kimina ngiyasithatha ngisifaka phakathi kwe evidence bag. Uma ngabe khona ezinye ingxenye zobufakazi ezizayo emva kwesikhathi ngizokwazi ukuthi ngivule le evidence bag leyo bese ke ngiyaqhathanisa ke nalezo ngxenye lezo zobufakazi ezilethwayo ubona ukuthi ke ngendlela ke esidubula ngakhona ke ngiyahambelana.
Let me put my question in the following way. Is it not so that when you fire these test exhibits, you want to find out if the individual or class characteristics that are in the firearm are transferred into this either the bullets or the test bullet or the test cartridge is not so?
My lord, there's no use in comparing the fire to test cartridge case or the fire test bullets to each other. I know it's from the same firearm.
Yes.
And they would be marking, so it's no use for me to have a look at them when only the firearm is received.
Asikho ke isizathu sokuthi ngaphinde futhi ngenze ivivinyo ukuzama ukubona ukuthi lesi sibhamu siyakwazi ukuthi singinikeze impawu zaso leso sibhamu kakhulukazi ke individual okanye i-class characteristics kuyo okanye kuzo lezi inhlamvu engiyisebenzisayo ama cartridges uma ngabe ke isibhamu kuyisona engisitholayo njengengxenye yobufakazi.
Let's understand each other, say, on this one. I am saying to you, the reason why you are firing these test bullets, it is because you want those characteristics that are on the firearm that you would have received as an exhibit, either the individual characteristics or the class characteristics of the firearm, to be transferred into the bullets that you are firing as test bullets, not so?
Yeah, that will be carried over from the firearm to the cartridge, fired cartridge case or the bullet.
Yes.
Uthi yebo ngiyakuzwa. Uma ngenza lezi vivinyo ke ngidubula lesi sibhamu ngisebenzisa lezi inhlamvu enginikezwe zona ukuzama ukuthola ama individual characteristics or ama class characteristics phezu kwalezi inhlamvu ezidutshuliwe ukubonisa ke ukuthi lesi sibhamu sikwazile ukususa ke impawu zaso zafike zafaka ke lezo impawu zaso kulezi inhlamvu ezidutshuliwe uma kwenza lezo ivivinyo.
Now, back to my initial questions. After you have done this firing, do you then look at these test bullets or the test cartridges to find out if what you intend to do with them later on?
Well, my lord, I believe I already answered that question, but
Yes.
no, I didn't have a look at them. I just file it in the bag and seal it.
Because
Okay,
there's
no,
no
no,
comparative
No,
ammunition.
that's correct,
And
my
you
lord.
don't have a docket which we are investigating at that stage. Actually here, as I read it, is to find out if this firearm is in good working order and whether it's centrally ejecting the bullets.
Yeah, and if it, and to keep that exhibit, that test bullets and
IBS, yeah.
and the cartridge cases for future
That's it.
comparison to exhibits or other cases.
Yes.
Ngakusho lokho ke ukuthi lezi ibhamu okanye ukudubula kwami lezi inhlamvu kusetshenziswa ke lengxenye yobufakazi okuyisibhamu ukwenzela ke ukuthi mhlambe kusasa uma khona ingxenye ezithize zobufakazi ezilethwa khona laphana ke thina sikwazi ke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi kube ziyaqhathaniswa kodwa ngaleso sikhathi mina angiphenyi kangaka ngoba nedokete alikho la kimi ukuthi ngathi ke ngiyaqhathanisa ke ukuthi uma ngidubula lezi inhlamvu ngifuna ukubona ke ukuthi yizo lezi inhlamvu ezifana nezinhlamvu ezasetshenziswa kuphi kuphi hayi ngaleso sikhathi mina ngivele nje ngenze umsebenzi wami ukwenzela ukuthi kusasa kwazi kwani umuntu ozosebenza ngalezo ingxenye zobufakazi akwazi ukuqhathanisa ke nezingxenye ezintsha zobufakazi ezilethwa khona lapha yana.
Thank you, sir. Now you testified that at some later stages, on a number of occasions, you were requested to make some comparison from the exhibits that are in question here. That's now the ammunition that is mentioned in 6.2 with a particular firearm.
Yeah, this firearms tests that I used in 2 cases that I compared it once to 1 case, and the other time to, I think it was 5 other cases that I, case numbers that I also compared it to.
Kusho ukuthi ke ku 6.2 lapho ke kukhona ukuqhathaniswa okukhona ngokuthi kwenziwe lezi ivivinyo la ukuye kwadutshulwa khona ke ngamacala amabili namanye futhi amacala awu5 esinawo lapho ke ngisho ukuthi kwenziwa ke ivivinyo zokuqhathanisa.
Amongst others, you mention an Alexander case, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Kwamanye ama case ngikhulumile ngecase yase Alexander.
Now, without to get into the merits of the Alexander case, if I follow your evidence, is that you will say if that is not what happened, is that in that Alexander case, there's an exhibit that you received that was allegedly picked up to the scene that you had to compare with those exhibits that are mentioned in 6.2.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo yabona kula macala kule cala lese Alexander njengomzekelo kukhona ingxenye ke zobufakazi ezadotshwa khona lapha yana ukuthi zizoqhathaniswa ke nezingxenye zobufakazi eziqhamuka lana kule subparagraph 6.2.
Again, without to getting deep into the merits of the case, what were the results?
My lord, I made, if I'm correct, yeah, I made the cartridge cases.
Yes.
I received some cartridge cases in the Alexandra case as well.
Yes.
5 cartridge cases.
Yes.
And I made my tests.
Kule case yase Alexander ngathola ama cartridge case awu5.
Yes.
Kanti ke ngawaqhathanisa ke la.
I made a few cartridge cases positive to that firearms test 5 cartridge case.
Kanti ke how many cartridges?
A few. I didn't sit
Kanti
and
ama
number
cartridge ambalwa ke kwaba ubona ke ama cartridge afaniswa ke ngqo ushuthi afanana shuthi kwaba positive uma kwenziwa ivivinyo lezo.
Thank you, sir. So, you were able to compare those Alexandra scene cartridges and these cartridges that are mentioned in 6.2, which you fired as test bullets and cartridges, and you find that some
match,
of those
yeah.
exhibits match each other.
Yeah, it was fired from the same firearm.
Yes.
Either fired the same firearm.
Ilokho engikushoyo ke ukuthi ngaqhathanisa ke ingcenzo zobufakazi engayithola lapha yana esigamekweni sase Alexandra nezingcenye zobufakazi eziqhamuka lana ke ku 6.2 subparagraph 6.2 kwaba ke nokufanana okuthize ngamanye amazwi kwaba kwabonisa ke ukuthi leso sibhamu esasetshenziswa kuleyo ndawo yesigameko eAlexandra yisona ke lesi sibhamu esisebenze la ukuya ke ngokuqukethwe i6.2.
Again, without mentioning the merits of the case, are there any, because in your evidence you also mentioned a number of instances where you had to do the same comparison on this lab case number 34369 of 2015. Are there any other positive results in terms of your investigation that you were able to link with other scenes?
No, that's the only.
Okay.
Iyona kuphela ke awekho amanye ama case ake aqhathaniswa kakhulukazi sibhekelele icala ke le 34359 2015 awekho ke amanye.
That's the only that I'm aware of.
Yes.
Iyona yodwa ke leyo case engiyicaphelayo ukuthi kunokufana nokuthize.
Now back to that Alexander case, in comparison with these exhibits in 6.2, did you have to fire extra ammunition?
No.
Kuleyo case yase Alexander azange kube nesidingo sokuthi ngiphinde ngidubule ezinye inhlamvu uma ngiqhathanisa ke ne 6.2 le sibhizi ngayo manje.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'm going to repeat what my colleague said, Mr. Ramusipili. I'm just a nobody here with regard to the ballistic expertise, you know. I'm just a nobody trying to find out what is happening there. Now, in the storage, my question might not be so intelligent, you see. But in the course of the storage of these test bullets and the test cartridges, do they sometimes lose shape? Do they wear off? Or what's the position?
No. It's sealed in that seal back and there it stays. The only one that opened this was me,
Yes,
and I think on the later stage, if you see that affidavit,
yes,
it was Colonel Mangena that opened it.
yes.
In this last bag that I told the court that I sealed it in, and that is that end of a 799.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Hayi kangako ukuthi uma sekuthathwa ingxenye zobufakazi ngoba zibekwe khona laphayana sengisho khona wona lama test bullets or cartridges ake alahlekelwe ke ukubumbeka kwawo lawo mabullet ngaphandle kokuthi ke sike sasebenza phezulu kwawo ke le ingxenye zobufakazi njengoba kuvelela khona laphayana kwi sealback number that ends with what sealback number le ephelela ngo 799 uma ngena nayo ke wasebenza kuyo.
Thank you, sir. Now, will I be correct? Do I understand you to mean, and you will say so if that's not what you are implying, that you did this test in 2015 on the 13th of February? That's now according to your...
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, kweqiniso ke le vivinyo ngazenza nge 13th ka February 2015.
Now, assume for a minute, let's just create a hypothetical situation. You said these test bullets and cartridges were then filed with your CABS, the case administration of the ballistic section, not so?
You're referring to what paragraph now?
I'm referring to paragraph number 10.
Number 10, yeah.
Yeah.
10.2, I sealed it in that exhibit back, in that lab number.
Yes.
That's where it stayed. And I was opening it like I was doing the comparison to Alexandra,
Yes.
to that other few cases, and then we open it again for the court preparation.
Thank you.
Uthi yebo ke ku paragraph 10.2 nga vula ke leyo bheke ene seal number leyo njengoba iqhamuka okanye ivelela khona lapho kwi sub paragraph 10.2 ngase ke ngiyayiqhathanisa ke nale case yase Alexandra namanye ke ambalwa ama case engingakhuluma ngawo phambili.
Thank you. Would I then be correct to say that those marks that were transferred to the test bullets or the test cartridges from the barrel of the firearm that was in question here, they form a permanent feature of these test bullets and the test cartridges that you worked on?
That's correct, Manu.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lawo maphawu kanye lezo impawu sululeka phezwe o eyisuleleka phezwe kwama cartridge lawo okwenzwa ivivinyo ngawo okanye lezi inhlamvu okwenzwa ivivinyo ngazo lezo impawu uzohlala lapho kulezo zinto ke wengxenye zobufakazi umphelele.
Thank you, sir. You know, the reason why I had to go to such a lengthy exercise because I just wanted to get the background of what is happening when you fire or when you do this testing. But in essence, this is where I was trying to come at. Mr. Mangena said, upon receipt of the firearm in question, he went to the administrative section that CABS, the case administration of the ballistic section of your institution. He went there and retrieved the exhibits that are mentioned in 6.2 and those that are mentioned in 10.2, I think that's the same thing, not so. 6.2 and 10.2
Yeah.
relates to the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He went there, found those exhibits with a view to compare them with the exhibit that was found at the phosphorus scene. Do you follow?
What scene is that? Is that now where the deceased was
Yes,
shot?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, I'm sorry. When we will say phosphorus, we're talking about the scene where the
Okay,
deceased,
yeah,
in
no,
this
I
case,
see now,
in
I
this
see
case,
now, I
yeah.
see now.
Now he says, on his determination or on his quest to try and find out if there's a similarity between the exhibit that was found at the phosphorus scene and the cartridges, the test and the bullet cartridges that you fired from this firearm, he found that the markings that were transferred through the firing process to the test bullets and the test cartridges were not of such a good quality that it could be enabled to make such a determination.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how, yeah.
As it please the court, my lord, let me rephrase my question. He said,
No, but the way you're phrasing it, Mangena never said that.
that's the reason why there was an objection from the state, my lord, and I understand quite correctly that there could in any event be an objection, which is the reason why I'm saying, let me rather rephrase my question. And I'm going to rephrase my question by specifically referring to what he says in his report. Thank you, just a minute. As it please the court, my lord. Now he says, that is Mangena's report, Exhibit 13, X-ray 13, Charlie. That's the name of the exhibit. Now he says in paragraph 6.1, okay, let us say, he starts in paragraph 6.6, where he says, I examined the fired bullets mentioned in 3.1 and 4.2 and compared the individual and class characteristics marking transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope and found 6.1. There is sufficient class characteristics, but insufficient individual characteristics marking transferred to these bullets by firearm components during the firing process, which could be due to the difference in bullet material. As a result, I took a decision to obtain additional tests of the same material as the exhibit bullet.
Usho njalo ke le statement sakhe uMangena and ngizosifunda ke uthi ngahlolisisa okanye ngenza ivivinyo kuyinhlamvu ezizadubuleka kakhulukazi ke njengoba zivelela lapha na kuyisaf paragraph 3.1 no 4.2 ngase ke ngiyaqhathanisa ke ama individual and class characteristics ushuthi ke impawu zakhona ezike zasuleleka uma kwenzwa lezo ivivinyo zokudubula lesi sibhamu kanti ke inqubo kwakuyiyona ke ukwenza ivivinyo ngaphansi kwe microscope ngase ngithola ukuthi kukhona ke impawu okanye khona ukubonakalayo ke uma sibheke lapha yana kwi class characteristics kanti ke uma siza kwi individual characteristics ama marking wakhona okanye impawu zakhona azanele eziyeza suleleka uma kwenza ke lezo ivivinyo zokudubula kanti ngase ngiyabona ke ukuthi umehluko mhlambe kungenzeka ukuthi ilokho okwasetshenziswa ke ukwakha leyo nhlamvu okanye ukukhiciza leyo nhlamvu imaterial yakhona ngenxa yalokho ke ngase ngiyachubeka ke mina ngithatha isinqumo sokuthi makuphinde ngenze ezinye ivivinyo phezulu kwematerial yona leyo efanayo yale ngxenye yokufakaza okuyinhlamvu.
Just before you respond, he said the reason why there could be insufficient individual characteristics marking that were transferred to this bullet by the firearm components. It could be because the test bullets and the test cartridges were of a weaker quality. In fact, he also referred to the complete military jacket. He also said that it could be because of the fact that they were of a weaker quality, meaning the ammunition that was used there was that one of a complete military jacket. And he then took a decision to use a stronger version of an ammunition, which was the full military jacket, which is as it glides through the barrel, is able to carry all the marks up until the end.
It's actually the opposite of what he said. And the fact of the matter is they asked that Colonel Mangena should stand down. Now
Yeah,
they're
quite.
cross-examining this witness on what Colonel Mangena said. We think it's unfair on this witness.
Let Mr. Mnisi, if he wants to explore that, that's why I say warrant officer Rulof is an expert. If you use this,
No, I don't want to use
no,
that
no,
one.
because
I don't
then
want to use this.
what reference point are you referring? That's why.
My Lord, can I just say something, if I may, if it is the court? I think the only thing that...
I'm not done with my questioning, sir.
You don't want him to say something?
No. What
No,
I'm saying-
just say what you want to say.
what
How
I'm
can a
saying-
witness? A witness is here to assist the court also.
Yes, my lord.
What do you want to say, sir?
I don't want to testify about Colonel Mangena's affidavit, but what I can say is the material, I think the way that Colonel Mangena think is that because of the FMJ is a very thick and solid and hard copper jacket, and the CMJ is softer. So with the pressure behind the bullet and the expanse in the barrel, you will find markings on the FMJ, but not as quality and as many as on the CMJ. Because the CMJ is softer, it picks up more markings in the barrel. And as the photo that I see on the monitor here showed, it was a CMJ bullet. So it would make sense for me to fire CMJ tests to get the same markings because it's the same thickness of the jacket and it's softer, so it will pick up better markings and quality markings than this FMJ that's a harder compound copper jacket. And that's what I can say about this, my lord.
Engakusho nje ukuthi uma sikhuluma nge-CMJ ne-FMJ, i-CMJ icishe ungazuthi yona ithambile uma kwenziwa ivivinyo ngazo, kanti-ke iyakwazi ukuthi ithathe impawu okanye igcoke impawu zokudubuleka kwesibhamu kakhulukazi kakhulu ukundlula i-FMJ ngoba yona-ke ayicinanga njenge-FMJ. Ngaleyo ndlela ke uma kusetshenziswa i-CMJ iyona ekwazi ukuphana ke ngemiphumela ebonakalayo kakhulu kundlula kakhulu lapha na kwi-FMJ.
Maybe that answers your question, sir. Maybe that might answer your question.
You say that maybe answer my question.
Yeah, the explanations that I just given, it might answer your question that you asked me. I don't know.
That is not my primary question. That is actually a secondary one. The primary one is coming. That is, in fact, Mr. Mangena just said the opposite of what we've just said. But let's go on. Now, you are telling this court that on the very same exhibit that you fired as test cartridges and test bullets, you were able to compare the scene exhibit from Alexander without having had to fire, without having had to fire another test bullet or some other test bullets in order to make such a comparison. Now, the primary question is, in your own opinion, or in your own view as an expert, if we are able to compare the scene exhibit from Alexander without having had to fire further test bullets with those that you fired on the 13th of February 2015. Why would the tests that were conducted by Mr. Mangena have to require a further firing of further bullets? A further firing of test and cartridge bullets.
My Lord, as I can refer
Yes,
to paragraph 6.1 of Colonel Mangena, he said an additional test of the same material as the exhibit bullet. Here we're talking only about the bullets. The hardness of the FMJ, the thick copper jacket and the lighter copper jacket, the thinner copper jacket, that's softer. We're not talking about the cartridge cases. In my Alexandra case, I examined the 5 test cartridge cases with cartridge cases that came from the scene in Alexandra, and that I could make positive.
Manje ke uma sikhuluma ke ngeqala lase Alexandra ukuqhathanisa ubufakazi Alexandra ke kwaxoxeka ke ama cartridge cases aqhathaniswa ke nezingxenye zofakazi ezazikhona kanti ke uma sibheka lokho khulunywa ke ubamangena kwe-statement sakhe lana usebenzise ke ama bullet ukuthi mhlambe usebenzise ama CMJ okanye FMJ kwasetshenziswa ke ama bullet lana ukuqhathanisa.
Sorry, but you...
So, we actually, my Lord, is just...
Okay. No, comment.
My Lord, actually we are talking just about the hardness of the different bullets, the CMJ and the FMJ. That's why the difference is, and that's why Colonel Mangena wanted to fire CMJs as well. Because of the bullet that came from the scene is a CMJ, and that makes sense to me to get the best markings on that one.
Fine. So I understood him. But the point is, you had 5 cartridges in the Alexander case. Of bullets.
That I make positive.
Yeah, No. The ones you found on the scene, they found on the scene. How many were they?
In the Alexandra case, there was 16 9mm parabellum caliber cartridges.
16?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
the
made
point.
positive.
And how many were positive?
I made 9 positive.
Out of the 16
Yeah.
that were
The
fired.
other cartridge was not that firearm.
Yeah, but the point is, about 16 cartridges were fired there.
Yeah.
And when you were testing, conducting your investigative tests, 9 were positive.
Yeah, when I opened that test again and
Yeah,
compared
right.
it to that, that's why the cartridge cases is fine.
Yeah.
I could compare it, but
Yeah.
the bullets is the problem because of the hardness of the
Okay,
jackets.
fine.
And that's why Colonel Mangena also wanted to fire CMJs, so it's the same.
Yeah. No, me, I'm talking about the question, how is it possible that Mangena would want to repeat the test? But the point is, you had 16 to work on, right? And Mangena had 2. And actually, if the truth be told, it's 1. Because the other one is, he said it was irreducibly damaged.
But
Okay.
still, my Lord, is just going about the hardness of
Yeah, that's it, yeah,
the
fine.
copper jacket, how
Yeah,
it
fine,
transfer
okay.
marks from the barrel.
All right, yes,
Into
sir.
engayisho lana ke ukuthi kwaba ke nama test awu 16 enziwayo kanti kulama test enziwayo awu 16 wase Alexandra kwaba ne9 ematchayo ngamanye amazwi yaba positive. Manje ke uma siza odabeni likaMangena uMangena yena ke uphinde wenza ezinye ivivinyo ngenxa yale material ngoba sesikhulumile ke ukuthi khona imaterial eqinile kanti khona ne material engathi ke ithe ukuthamba iCMJ yona engathi ithambile kanti iFMJ ayithambile iqinile uma ke kwenzwa ivivinyo ngeFMJ iFMJ kunokwenza ukuthi ingaphanike ngeimpawu eyibonakalayo kanye eyigqamile ukundlula impawu engatholakala kusetshenziswa ke inhlamvu eyeCMJ ilokho ke engushoyo ukuthi uMangene waphinde wasebenzisa ke okanye wenza ezinye ivivinyo ezu2 kanti ke inhlamvu eyodwa ke kwaba inhlamvu eyayimoshakele okanye eyayiwonakele.
Sir, as an expert, my final point on this one. Mr. Mangena said exactly the opposite of what you just said now. He said he initially, the bullets, the test bullets that he had to, the test bullet and cartridges that he had to work on were of a weaker quality. Instead, he had to fire test bullets, or he had to fire ammunition of a stronger quality, the one which you yourself are saying you fired for the test purposes. I think that is just the gist of my question.
My Lord, if I can refer to paragraph 6.1 again, the last sentence there.
Yeah.
A decision to obtain additional tests for the same material as the exhibit bullet.
That's it.
And that's a CMJ, and that's why he fired CMJ bullets as well. Because on the FMJ we'll get markings, but not so good and not so many as on the CMJ. Because of the softness.
Mhlambe ngaze ngisho futhi ukhuluma khona lana ke kuyi sentence yokugcina kuyi statement sakamangena khona la ku paragraph 6.1 or sub paragraph 6.1 uthi ke additional tests kusho ukuthi ezinye ivivinyo kwamele ukuthi zenziwe kusetshenziswa wona lo material weyingxenye zobufakazi ezitholakele enkantolo ukuze ke kukwazi ukugama. Ngamanye amazwi ke lokho akusebenzisile i-CMJ ngoba ingxenye zobufakazi yizo lezo ze-CMJ.
That is what Mr. Mangena said. But nonetheless, let's proceed.
I can't comment what he said, sir.
Yes.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ke ngalokho khulunywa uMangena ke.
Thank you, sir. Now, when forensic investigators attend to a scene of crime, they arrive at the scene, they do their own investigation, and they pick up exhibits at the scene. Now, how should I deal with those exhibits from that moment onward?
Usually, my Lord, according to my orders that I was given of crime scenes, you put out markings where this exhibit is lying. You make a sketch, you photograph the exhibits, but it's still LCRC's responsibility to collect that exhibit, pack it and send it to the lab. That's according to me. I don't know. That is how I would do it on a crime scene.
Uyabona ngenjwayelo ke ithimba lama forensic liyofika ke lapho endaweni yesigameko bese ke likwazi ke ukubeka ama marking okanye amaphawo la ama exhibits atholakala khona kanti ke baphinde futhi benze ne sketch kanti ke labo be LCRC bayokwazi ke ukuthi baxoxe lezo zinto ke bayifake ngaphakathi kwamasaka wobufakazi bese ke lezo ingxenye zofakazi ziyathathwa ziswa khona lapha laboratory ukuthi kuyokwenziwa ke ivivinyo ingendlela engazi ngakhona ukuthi bafike basebenza kanjani makufika endaweni yesigameko.
That's now how you know it's supposed to be done.
That's how I would do it, sir.
Ingendlela mina ebengenza ngakhona uma ngifika endaweni yesigameko.
Thank you. Now, a forensic expert is phoned. It's just a hypothetical situation again. A forensic expert from the Forensic Science Laboratory is phoned by some investigating officer who is involved in a particular case. Let's say it's arson or whatever. Now, that investigating officer says to the Forensic Science Laboratory, can you please go to a particular police station, go fetch and such an exhibit for analysis. how does that situation supposed to be dealt with?
I don't really know. I can't answer that, my lord. Never happened to me. But I suppose you can go and fetch it at the station because there's a register that you book it out in that seal bag, everything, and then you can bring it back to the lab, or you can otherwise ask the investigation officer to go and collect that firearm, bring it into the lab for re-examination. There's both two ways that you can do it. I don't know which is preferable because I have never done something like that.
Angaze ke mina ngiyenza into enjalo ke okhulunywa ngayo lana ke yokuthi mhlambe kukhona ke isigama ke senzakele kanti ke i-forensic expert yafonelwa khona uqhamuka khona laphana ku-forensic science laboratory fonelwa mhlambe uye lona ophenya icala ake sithi icala nje le-arson kanye ukushiswa kwesakhiwo uthi ke ukuze ke kube nengxenye zofakazi ezilandwayo khona laphayana mhlambe e-station samaphoyisa ke zithathwe ke lengxenye zofakazi ziswe khona laphana e-FSL uthi angazi kahle ke ukuthi basebenza kanjani khona lapho kodwa ke umuntu ngiyacabanga ukuthi angakwazi ukuthi aye police station afike athatheke lezo ingxenye zobufakazi okanye kucelwe yena u-IO ukuthi makalethe lezo ingxenye zobufakazi or ama-exhibits alethwe khona laphana e-laboratory ukuze kuyokwenzwa ke ivivinyo okanye uphenyo ngalezo ingxenye zobufakazi.
Thank you. Did I hear you correctly at the end of your statement that you don't know how these things are done because you have never done something like
I've
this?
never go collect a firearm from the SAP-13 for investigation.
Yes.
That never happened to me. I don't say it can't work like that, but I never done that.
Uthi mina ngaze ngikwenze lokho ngilande isibhamu ku-SAP-13 ukuthi kuyokwenziwa ke ivivinyo phezukwaso abantu be-FSL azange yenzeke kimi leyo nto ke enjalo.
Thank you. Now, an exhibit that arrives at a forensic science laboratory, normally what is the process of receiving it?
Normally, when the IO investigating officer brings the exhibit to the lab,
Yes.
it will be sealed in a seal bag.
Uma ke lo ophenya icala uletha ingxenye yobufakazi khona laphana e-FSL okanye kwi-lab ukuthi kuzokwenza ivivinyo leyo ngxenye yobufakazi itholakala ngaphakathi kwesikhwama okuyi-forensic bag.
Then there's a slip here at a paper slip that you fill in at the reception at the lab.
Kanti uma ufika khona ke e-lab kwi-reception kukhona ke islip okanye ipheshana nje ogcwalisayo.
That's been filled in. One piece will be torn off, give to the IO,
Yes.
and the other piece will go with the covering letter
Kanti ke
and the exhibit to when ballistic guys to fetch the firearms, they will bring that up to the admin section.
kanti ke ingxenye lelo phepha ihamba no-IO enye ihlala khona laphana enye izohamba nale lokhu njani lena i-forensic bag leyo kwi-administration section iyakhona khona laphayana forensic.
Then that lab number will be registered on the FSL system,
Yes.
Kanti ke leyo lab number izoregisterwa kwi-FSL
and the case file will be printed for that specific CAS number with the station name, the CAS number, and the lab number.
Yeah.
Is allocated to that thing, and then a covering letter with that received exhibit together with that will go to the safe with the firearm that is sealed in a sealed bag.
Yes.
kanti ke kuyoba ke kule case file leyo kube ne lab number kanti kube ne CAS number yaleso station ne covering letter ehamba nayo leyo ngxenye yobufakazi leyo ngxenye yobufakazi ke ingaphakathi kwebag esiliwe okanye ke isikhwama seyingxenye zobufakazi esivaliwe esiliwe.
I'd like if I just might say that I think nowadays it's worked different. Earlier days it was registered at ballistics at our section at the first floor, but I think when the firearms received now, it's always been registered at downstairs at the reception at the ground floor. So I'm not certain how that works, but the registration is not anymore just about ballistics, it's done
Yeah, quite.
at the ground floor of reception.
Thank you.
Phambilini ke uma ukurejistwa bekurejistwa khona laphana kwe-first floor kwe-ballistic section yethu. Kanti ke okwamanje ungazothi kwenzakala khona laphana kwe-ground floor. Angazi kahle ke inqubo yakhona ukuthi injani kodwa sekenziwa khona laphana e-ground floor.
Yeah, that sleepy that you're referring to, it's called an acknowledgement of receipt of the items that have been brought in.
Leso slip engikhuluma ngaso kan lelo pheshana ke engangikhuluma ngalo kwakuyi singabiza i-acknowledgement of receipt. Kusho ke isiqinisekiso ke sokuthi kukhona okuthize okutholakele.
Thank you. Now, you say you are 39 years at the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Say again?
You're saying you are 32 years
That's correct.
at the Forensic Science Laboratory. No?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you, sir.
32.
22.
Or 22?
22.
Oh, but no, thank you, sir.
Uthi
Yes.
ngina 22 years ngikhona laphana e-Forensic Science Laboratory.
Now, in your experience, taking into account that massive number of years, receipt of items that are from outside into the Forensic Science Laboratory, are there any exception to the rule that they should first go through the process that you have just outlined now, or there's another way in which they can get into the Forensic Science Laboratory?
My lord, like if I can maybe take for instance Marikana case, the guy that worked on that received via command from the general and our brigadier. He said that they must bring in the firearms from the Marikana
Yes.
with lists, and he will sign from it directly from the IO, take the firearms. So he didn't go through the whole process. He received it on the list, signed for it, and when he done it, the firing of the test and stuff, he handed it back like that. I think it worked like that, something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but there was a way that they do it, that it without going through the whole, it caused a vast amount of firearms and stuff.
Yeah.
Manje uyabona uma ke sithatha mhlambe i-case le yaseMarikana singasho ke ukuthi kuleyo case ke ubrigadier wacela ukuthi makulethwe ke i-list emayelana ke nevivinyo ezokwenziwa mayelana nalezo ibhamu. Manje inqubo okanye indlela eyathathwa ayifani nalendlela mina esengikhulume ngayo phambilini uma ngiloko ngibuzwa imibuzo la. Kwavele nje kwathola ke leyo list kwenziwa ivivinyo yangalandele le yamigomo mina engikhulume ngayo. Manje ke ingendlela ke ngesinye isikhathi kusetshenzwa ngakhona.
Thank you, sir. I can understand. Marikana was a very massive case, I think, which is the reason why an exception to the rule was established. That is understandable. But in normal circumstances where there's and I don't want to be tricky with you, but in normal circumstances where there's the shooting of a person, normally the procedure is firearm must go through the administrative section of the Forensic Science Laboratory before they can be dispatched.
That's correct, my lord, but there is instances where stuff can be done otherwise than the normal process. That's all I can say.
Yebo ngakuvuma lokho ukuthi ngendlela evamisekile okanye ejwayelekile isibhamu siyabhukwa kwi administration section ye forensic science or ye ballistics. Kanti ke ngiphinde futhi ngikusho lokho ukuthi kwezinye inkathi indlela okusetshenzwa ngakhona ihlukile. Akulandelwa leyo migomo yokuthi isibhamu siqale khona lapha yana kwi administration section.
Mr. Rulofs, again, without being tricky with you, I am suggesting to this court that the South African Forensic Science Laboratory, particularly the ballistic section, such an august institution of such a massive international recognition, does not follow a specific procedure with regard to receipt of exhibits that get into that institution, so people can do as they wish.
My Lord, I think that question to be fairly answered.
Yes.
To get someone that's the head of ballistic admin, ask him that question, my Lord.
Okay.
Now we've
I
had,
think nothing fair to ask me that
Yeah.
question, my Lord.
we've had evidence here. As I see it, it's expediency. Brigadier Gananda took Exhibit 2 from Mangena and said, don't place this firearm in the usual official internationally recognized storeroom. Bring it to me. I want to keep it for safekeeping. I mean, look, he took it to his home. So, Mr. Nis, they break the rules here. You've had evidence of Gananda.
Thank
You'll
you.
come.
Yes, ma'am.
Mangena says
Yes.
he gave this exhibit to Ginanda for safekeeping. Mchali,
Yes, my Lord.
who was the storekeeper there,
Yes.
he said, let's be honest, firearms do vanish in the stores.
Yes.
So there's balance. I've listened.
Yes, my Lord. Like this court has said, sir, that people break the rules, that firearms vanish in the hands of the South African police services, that people can do as they wish with the forensic science laboratory, such an august institution which has got such a massive international recognition. Is this country still safe?
I think as long as there's a paper trail from where Magena put it out, I think. Otherwise, that's how I suppose it would be done.
Yes.
There must be a paper trail. See, I signed for this firearm.
Yes.
And I took that firearm and I brought it to the court or whatever, or something like that. There must be a paper trail.
Yes.
Manje ngiyacabanga ukuthi kwamele ukuthi kube nala kulotshwe khona zonke inyathelo ke emayelana nezingxenye zobufakazi kubhalwe phansi. Ngasho ke ngithi lele lakithi livikelekile uma ngabe yinoma ubani osebenza ngengxenye zobufakazi ubhala phansi ukuthi wenzani ngengxenye njena yobufakazi njengoba ke umbuzo kulo ukuthi uma ngabe ke ayikho ke inqubo okanye imigomo ethize bekwe phansi emayelana nokubanjwa kanye nokuhanjiswa kwezingxenye zobufakazi khona lapha e-forensic science laboratory uthi mhlambe ke lona okuyisikhulu se ballistic section uyena ke ongakhona ukuthi abizwe ngoba kusetshenziswa lo mzekelo okanye lokho okwakhulunywa uMangena ukuthi uMangena ke wanikeza ingxenye leyo yobufakazi kuGininda azange leyo ngxenye yobufakazi ifakwe kwi-storeroom i-SAP 13 yesiphoyisa. Manje ke nomtshali wakhuluma lokho ukuthi kusobala futhi kuyazeka ukuthi izibhamu ziyalahleka khona laphana okuthiwa ke ziqashwe amaphoyisa ziyalahleka esiphoyiseni lezo izibhamu. Manje ke thike isikhulu mhlambe singeza ke sizophendula.
Thank you, sir. I would have wanted to ask you the follow-up question on when firearms, I mean, not really firearms. I'm not speaking about firearms per se. I'm talking about exhibits from the forensic science laboratory. Now, when exhibits are, when somebody go fetch an exhibit from the forensic science laboratory, what process is being followed? But you've just said you are not in a position to attest to that. Probably somebody from the administrative section from the ballistic unit, from the section where you're coming from, could probably come and assist. I think it will therefore be unfair to me to keep on asking you about the processes and procedures.
What I can say is that I come to the ballistic section.
Yes.
He will bring a case forward what he does want to, and I will get the exhibit back for him. Then he must come and they identify him with his ID.
Yes.
And they will hand it via signature to that specific guy.
Yes.
And they are registered on the FEM system as well.
Yes.
So the details is on the system,
Yes.
and they will sign for that firearm,
Yes.
and then take it from there back to the stations, SAP 13.
Yes.
Engakusho ke mhlambe lona ophethe
In short.
IO uyafika khona laphana kwe-ballistic usebenzana ngengxenye ethize yobufakazi kanti kwi-ballistic bafaka leyo ngxenye yobufakazi ngaphakathi kwe-evidence bag kanti uzokhipha umazisi wakhe uyasayina khona lapho ke bese leyo ngxenye yobufakazi mhlawumbe ngathathwa ke isuke khona laphana police station.
Thank you, sir. Is the court talking?
No, no.
Okay, because I heard maybe the court wanted to say something.
I'll say it, if I have to say it.
As it please the court, my lord. You know, sir, I want to be very frank and honest with you. The reason why I'm asking all these questions is because I wanted to get a bit of a background, but somebody from the ballistic science laboratory will come and attest to that. Thank you, sir. I've got no further questions to you. Yeah. Whether South Africa is safe or not with this process, I don't know.
Well, that's fine. I think it's fine.
No, just before you sit down, Mr. Minister, I know you said without getting into the merits.
Yes.
What should a court do when you elicit the evidence which you say without getting into the merits regarding the Alexander case, and you elicit from this witness that Exhibit 2, am I correct, sir? You examined Exhibit 2 in relation to the Alexander case. Are you with me?
I'm listening, my lord.
No, you can listen without understanding. The Alexander case, Exhibit 2, let's see Exhibit 2, just lift it there, Mr. Badwe, so that we are on the same street. Is that the case, I mean, the firearm which you examined in respect of the Alexander case, as you say, around about the 13th of February?
Yeah, the test fired cartridge cases.
Hello? Yeah.
The test fired cartridge cases, my lord.
That is the firearm which you say matched,
Yeah,
positive.
yeah. His test matched that 9 cartridges
Right.
out of the 16 on the
Right.
Alexandra case.
That firearm, are you certain it is Exhibit 2?
My lord, I can say this is the firearm I examined. There's my handwriting with the engraver on the trigger guard, and I wrote on this box as well with my handwriting.
Yeah, because the evidence of Mangena,
And the seal bags, everything attested to what
yeah, fine.
I've done.
I'll leave it at that, because Mangena's evidence is that that is the firearm which he tested in this case.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, fine, you've heard me.
Leyo ngxenye yobufakazi exhibit 2 yisona ke isibhamu
Yes,
ingxenye
mine.
yobufakazi engengenza ivivinyo kuyo kanti ngingabhala phezukwaso leso sibhamu ngaqhathanisa ke nama fired cases khona lapha kuleya case yase Alexandra kuma cartridge cases awu 16 kwamesheka ama cartridge cases awu 9 manje ke nginesiqiniseko ke sokuthi yisona isibhamu engisebenza phezukwaso lesi ebengenza ivivinyo kuso kune engraving ekhona la kukhona isandla sami esabhala phezulu lesi sibhamu futhi ke nama seal back number ayaqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela yiso lesi sibhamu engenza ivivinyo kuso.
I certainly don't have a problem with that, sir. That's not in dispute. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Ngomalo?
Warrant Officer, in terms of your affidavit, that is Exhibit 13D, you testified that you are stationed in the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory as a forensic analyst.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngishilo lokho ke ukuthi mina ke ngumhlaziyi khona lapha kwi Forensic Science Laboratory.
Warrant Officer, is Lieutenant Colonel Mangena also stationed in the very same section of the ballistic
That's
unit?
correct, my lord.
Noma ngena ube esebenzela lona lelo gatsha ke section yama ballistics.
So he's your colleague?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngisebenza kanye naye uyi colleague yami.
You also stated that on the 13th of February 2015, you received an exhibit, that is Exhibit 2, from the case administration of the ballistic section. Is that
You're
correct?
talking about paragraph 3.
Yes, yes.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ngikushilo lokho ukuthi nge-13 zika February 2015 ngathola i-exhibit i-evidence bag kuyiqiniso.
What is this case administration of the ballistic section? What is happening there?
That's the section that they receives when the exhibit is brought in down at the ground floor. Somebody from ballistics, when it's then registered, they will bring up all the ballistics related cases. Will go to case administration, where a docket will be printed and everything with the case number and the lab number and the station name, and that is linked with the exhibits, firearm exhibits of cartridge cases or bullets that's in a seal bag that's linked together with each other. And each of them get a sticker nowadays, and then you receive the docket with a barcode and an exhibit back, and that's handed to you then from case administration.
Kanti ke uma sikhuluma nge-case administration of the ballistic section, kulapho ke kuqoqwa zonke ingxenye zobufakazi ezimalana ke namaqala ke we-ballistics. I-case administration ibona ke abenza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi konke kuyahlangana, idocket liba khona, kuba nestika mhlambe ke esinikezwa ke leyo docket okanye lezo ingxenye zobufakazi, ama barcode kanjalo. Ibona ke abantu abaxoxa okanye abaqoqa obufakazi obuthize babenze kube ubufakazi obungakwazi ke ukuthi bukhulumisane ke necala elithize elilethwe khona laphayana we-ballistics.
So this case administration of the ballistic section registers cases that are received by the ballistic unit from January, February up to December of that particular year.
Yeah, they will do all the admin around all the cases, they will handle that.
Shuthi ke ibona ke ababhekene ne-admin okanye ukuxoxwa kwamaphepha nobufakazi ama cases we-ballistic. So ngabanye amazwi ke ithimba lele ballistic ibona ke abantu abaletha lawo macala khona laphana kwi-case administration bese ke ayaxoxeka ingxenye zobufakazi, amaphepha, ama-docket, zonke lezi zinto ukusuka ke ngoJanuwari kufika le ngoDisemba.
Warrant officer, what do you understand by the sealing of the evidence bag? The sealing of the evidence bag. What do you understand by that?
What I understand that is when you finish with an exhibit, you put it in a sealed bag.
Lokho engisisayo nge-sealbag, uma uqedile ke ngobufakazi okanye ingxenye zobufakazi ufaka ngaphakathi kuyi-sealbag.
And you take off that piece of yellow strip,
Yes.
Thatha ke le strip lesi ke esimpofu,
and then you paste that other blue part over the other part, and it's sealed. So because nothing can be removed from that bag.
bese ke ubeka phezulu kwalokho ke okuluhlaza kwesibhakabhaka ukuze ke kubonakala ukuthi lokho sekuvaliwe futhi nokuthi kungabi nengxenye yobufakazi ethize ezolahleka uphuma kulelo sakana ke lobufakazi.
Usually what I will do, I can show the court.
Ngabonisa inkantolo ukuthi imvamisa mina ngenzani.
I will write the station, case number, and the lab number.
Kanti ke ngizobhala phezulu i-station ngibhale i-case number ne-lab number.
And what I do, I also write the exhibits that's inside that bag that I sealed.
Bese okunye engikwenzayo ke ngibhala ke phansi uhlu lwakho konke okungaphakathi kwaleyo bag.
And then it's sealed with the firearm and exhibits inside, so it can't be tampered with.
Kanti ke bese ke ivaliwe ke isibhamu nezingxenye zobufakazi ezikhona kuleyo bag, angeke ke umuntu azame ukuyivula ke manjalo.
So, warrant officer, vice versa, it means that all exhibit bags that are received by the ballistic unit must be in a seal bag.
Yeah, usually it must be sealed in a seal bag, like the Marikana firearms, and there might be instances that things are brought into ballistics without being sealed. So
Yeah, there are exceptions. Yes,
there's
I do
exceptions. There's
Yes, I do
exceptions.
understand that.
Yebo ke ingxenye zobufakazi zilethwa kwi-ballistic ukuthi zingaphakathi.
Exceptions, one of them is where,
No, fine. I'm just saying, you're saying there are exceptions.
yes, I do, in line
Because
with
that's
what,
a statement.
no, in line with what you say.
Yes,
Marikana case,
It's this witness who's testifying.
Yes.
And you're putting it to him that you understand that there are exceptions.
yes.
Fine.
Uthi yebo ke ngenjalo senza kanjalo ingxenye zofakazi zifakwa phakathi kwe-seal bag or i-evidence bag kanti ke kukhona ke ezinye igameko la utholakala ke uthi akukhonakali ukuthi zonke ingxenye zofakazi zifakwe kuma evidence bag kakhulukazi ke uma sibheke lo mzekelo we-case yase Marikana.
With your vast experience, warrant officer, and your knowledge in the ballistic section, can the ballistic section receive or accept an open bag, an open seal bag?
I don't think usually that will happen or they will accept it, but what I found previous in my experience is sometimes big bags are heavy or being used with the heavy stuff inside. It does perforate at the bottom. But then as you receive that bag, you must make a discrepancy note on your SAP5 and tell that somebody else signed there and say, listen here, this bag was a little bit damaged or open there, and make that discrepancy on the SAP5 so that they know that bag was not completely intact when you received it.
Ngiyabona ke ama ingxenye zofaka mazilethwa khona lapha ku ballistic kufanele ukuthi zitholakale zingaphakathi kwe-evidence bag engabhobokile ethi mawuyibheka kuyibag engazange kuzanywe ukuthi ivulwe kanti ke kunokwenzeka ke kwezinye izikhathi uthola ukuthi lokho okuqukethwe yileyo bag kuyasinda bese kuyabhoboza lapha yana bhoboza ibag lapha phansi uma ke leyo bag ifika kwi-ballistic kwamele ke zonke lezi zinto ukubhoboka lokho mhlawumbe lo monakalo kuleyo bag izinto engafanele ukuthi zenzakale phezulu kwaleyo bag zibhalwe phansi khona kwi-SAP5.
Yeah. But my Lord, if I might add, I think at reception downstairs, they will not accept a bag that's not sealed.
Yabona kwi-reception ye-ballistic abakwazi ukuthi bazothola ibag abakwazi ukuyithatha noma ukwamukela ibag evuliwe okanye elimele ngaphandle ukuthi ke kulandelwe lezi zinto aseyishilo phambili.
That's through the normal process. When I come hands it in there, then it must be sealed, yeah.
Iyona ndlela ke eqondile okujala ukuthi kusetshenzwe ngayo ibag uma ilethwa lapha yana kwamele ukuthi kube ukuthi ibag esiliwe mayilethwa khona lapha.
On paragraph 10 of your exhibit, that is exhibit 13D, paragraph 10.1.
Yes.
You documented that it was on the 13th of February 2015, the exhibit mentioned in 3.1 to 3.3 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 4000810885 and handed over to the case administration of the ballistic section.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ngikushilo lokho ku subparagraph 10.1 ukuthi nge-13 zika February 2015 ingxenye zofakazi ekhulunywa ngazo ku subparagraph 3.1 kuya ku 3.3 bezisiliwe ngaphakathi ke kwesaka lobufakazi evidence bag eyayinenombolo leyo ke iPA 4000810885 kanti ke zase ke le ingxenye zofakazi zithulwa kanye zinikezwa case administration ballistic section.
Was that the last time or day that you saw this exhibit? Was it the last time?
That's correct.
Yebo
Until today.
Kwaba ukugcina kwami ke ukubona le ingxenye zofakazi ukufikela namhlanje ke.
On exhibit X13C, that is the affidavit of your colleague Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. He says at paragraph 7, on Monday, the 20th of July 2020, I received an open seal bag with number PA 4000810885, marked inter alia, Cleveland, Mass 96/02/15, and SAP 13/86/2015, containing the following exhibits. So that will be the exhibits that you conducted tests on the 13th of February 2015.
Uthi yebo ke le ingxenye zofakazi yizona engenza ivivinyo phezu kwazo nge-13 zikaFebruary 2015 njengoba ke kule affidavit kaMangena ethi ke yena nge-20 zikaJuly 2020 wase ke uthola isealbag eyayivuliwe eyayine nambolo leyo PA 40081085 eyayimakiwe ithi Cleveland Mass 96/02/15 ye SAP 1386 2015 iyayine ingxenye zobufakazi yizona ke lezi ingxenye zobufakazi engikhuluma ngazo ke
Sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena says that in that paragraph, he received the exhibit, but when he testified in court, he had been at the police station, that is Cleveland Police Station, where he received the exhibit from Warrant Officer Mjali. Do you understand,
Yeah.
Warrant Officer?
He went to fetch it. at
Yes,
the
he went to
station,
fetch,
yeah.
not that he received it, he went to fetch it from Cleveland Police Station.
What's the difference? Now that he received it, he went to fetch it. Because in my view, yes, Mr. Nisi and Mr. Ra, in my view, what's critical is the exhibits. The exhibits which you sealed on the 30th.
Yeah,
What's, sorry?
the 13th.
On the 13th of February 2015, right? Today is the 1st of September 2023. Are they the same exhibits that you sealed?
Yeah, it's the same firearm.
That's it.
It's the same firearm,
Same
my
firearm.
lord.
And then the blue case, you actually wrote on it in February 2015.
It's the blue case, yeah, it's the
As the
same
seller
blue
unit.
case.
So that hiatus of that missing time, which would have accorded an unscrupulous person to switch the firearms. Is it the same firearm which you sealed?
Yeah, according to me, the one that I
Same
marked with the
firearm
lab number,
in 2015.
according to me, my lord, yeah.
And today is the 1st of September 2023. Is still the same firearm.
According to me, my lord.
That's it. Okay, fine. You can go on.
That was not my line of thought.
No, it's my line. I want to
Sase yiso
understand.
lesa
Mr.
sibalo.
I want to understand.
Saseyiso lesa sibhamu engenza ivivinyo kanye engasimaka nge 13 zika February 2015 namhlanje i1 zika September 2023 leso sibhamu kusaseyiso kanti ke naleli bhokisi kusaseyilo futhi yimina obhalele leli bhokisi kusaseyilo.
Warrant Officer will concede that the lieutenant, that is Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, did not follow the procedure of registering the exhibit in the case administration of the ballistic unit.
I cannot testify about that, my lord.
No, from what
It's
I
his doing, I'm not my doing.
Manje angeke ngikwazi ke ukufakazela lokho kwenziwa nguye lokho akusiyimina ukuthi akalandelanga inqubo yoku register khona lapha na ke kwi case administration ye ballistic.
All right. Warrant Officer, when you receive the exhibit, that is before you conduct tests, what do you do to the exhibit?
So just say,
When you receive the exhibit, before you conduct tests, what do you do to the exhibit? You take it out from the exhibit bag.
yeah, you see that everything corresponds on the back and the covering letter, sign cast and station, and then you will open it, see if the back is sealed, you open it, and you'll do your investigation on the exhibits that's in the silver.
Yilokho engikwenzayo ke ngiyavula leyo bag bese ngiyabheka ke ukuthi konke okubhalwe kwi covering letter kuyahambelana nalokho okuqukethwe yileyo bag. I-case number, i-lab number, kanjalo zonke izinto ziyahambelana ne-evidence seal bag number konke kuyahambelana.
Okay. But before you remove the exhibit from the seal bag, do you take photographs of the exhibit? No.
No.
Ngokuba ke ngizoyikhipha lezo ngcenye zofakazi angithathi ithombe cha angiyithathi ithombe.
Is it also correct, Warrant Officer, that you also, in your report, have to document all the exhibits that you have received.
That's correct.
Yebo, kwamele ukuthi ngifile wonke ama-exhibit engiwatholile.
Let us say, Warrant Officer, the exhibit, that is the bullet head, is kept in an envelope inside the seal bag. Do you have to also document that you have received the bullet projectile in an envelope inside the seal bag when you are compiling your report?
Yeah, usually when that envelope is marked something,
Yes.
then you have to, you can keep it in your docket. It's not necessary to mention it in your affidavit. As long as you've got the right seal bag and the seal bag number, you mention that. But you can keep that envelope or if it's marked.
Asikho isidingo kangako ukuthi uma ngabe ngithola ingxenye yobufakazi engaphakathi kwe-envelope mhlawumbe ebrown, asikho isidingo sokuthi uma ngibhala ke i-report yami ngisho ukuthi kukhona ke ingxenye yobufakazi eyatholakala ingaphakathi kwe-envelope. Indaba nje ukuthi leyo ngxenye yobufakazi uma kuyingxenye yedocket yakho lokho kwanele.
What would be sort of markings you are referring to, if it is marked? What
Like
do you mean?
Exhibit A, there's a A or B or a 1 or 2, whatever they might, they mark that exhibit, specific exhibit.
Okunye akushilo ke ukuthi uma leyo envelope imakiwe leyo marking engikhuluma ngayo ngisho ke mhlambe ithi exhibit A B o noma ke eyipi ilokho njani ezosetshenziswa lapho ke ukumarka leyo ngxenye yobufakazi engaphakathi kwaleyo envelope.
My Lord, I'll seek for indulgence. I see it's 1300 hours. I'll propose that we take a long adjournment. Thank you.
Mr. Malloy? Are you still available after 1 o'clock? Yes.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, 2 o'clock then.
I still can't tell you because I have nothing to do with that bullets, my lord.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngikutshele lapho ukuthi zafakwa kwi-system. Ngoba phela mina ke bengeyena ke umuntu bephethelele icala kahle kahle.
Okay. And you further, you mentioned the other 5 cases, if I'm not mistaken, that you compared them with the same Exhibit 2. Am I
Yeah,
correct?
with the test that I fired from this firearm, yeah.
Yes.
Yebo,
yes.
yebo, kukhona ke amanye ama-case awu-5 lapho ke le ngxenye zobufakazi zaqhathaniswa nawo ke.
I want-
Ngenkathi kudutshulwa ukwenza lezo ivivinyo zokudubula.
Okay. I want to understand this. Were these cases allocated to you, or you just picked them from the system?
No, they sent the request to the admin people and then they gave me that different cases to compare it with.
What request did you send?
No, the IOs, they must send the request.
Shuthi ke abaphenye icala benza isicelo kulabantu be-admin. Kanti ke mina ngase ngithola ke amanye ama-case ekumele ngisebenze kuwo afakela ngaphakathi nale ukuthi mangiqhathaniseke ingxenye zobufakazi kuleyo case.
So it means the respective investigating officers had sent them to the ballistic,
Yeah, request to
requesting
to
for
compare it with
further
that.
investigations
Yeah,
to be
to
done.
compare this case with that,
Okay.
the different cases.
Same like this one in Exhibit 5.
No,
Same-
that one was asked for IBIS to be put on IBIS.
On IBIS, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a different system than me.
So in this one, there was a,
Lena iye yathathwa yafakwa kwi-IBS kanjalo ihlukile nale engithi kwayenzwa isicelo i-IO ukuthi makube nezingxenye zobufakazi ezithunyelwe khona laphana kwi-admin section ukuthi kube nokuqhathaniswa kwalezo ingxenye zobufakazi. Lena ke esikhuluma ngayo eyathunyelwa kwi-IBS sesikhuluma ngokunye ke asikhulumi ngale yanqunu.
okay, in these 5, just say, assist me in these 5. What was the request, specific request?
Just to compare my my docket, my case number, Cleveland case 96 of 02-15 with lab number 343-692-2015, to compare that exhibits, which is the test fired bullets and cartridge cases, to compare it with exhibits from that 5 cases.
Mina ngacelwa ke ukuthi le lab 34369 year 2015 ye Cleveland case 9602 2015 ukuthi mangiqhathanise ke ingxenye zobufakazi ezivelela kule case nala amanye ama case awu 5.
So I physically had to draw that cases, open it, and compare it with this. But nothing was positive with that 5 cases with my test fired bullets or cartridge cases.
Kulawa ma case awu 5 azange ke kube nokumesha uma ngiqhathanisa. Kodwa ke kushuthi ama file avela avulwa athathwa ama file avulwa kwenzwa ke lezo ivivinyo. Akukho kwamesha uma kucheckwa lapho.
And also, when you were working with those five cases, it couldn't pick up the exhibits that were submitted as per Exhibit X5.
It won't, because that's different cases, and I have to draw the case files with the exhibits inside, take it out and compare it with my tests in this case.
Physically.
So I won't know anything about that unless they made a docket for that bullets and they asked me to compare that with that as well. But I won't know about that. I only took that 5 cases physically, opened the bags, take the exhibits and compare it with my tests. And nothing was found positive with my tests.
Mayelana ke namadokhethi ukuqhathaniswa ngamadokhethi angengikwazi ukusho ukuthi ngempela aye kukhona ukufanana okuthize okube khona ngaphandle kokuthi amadokhethi alethwa okanye ngahamba ngayodonsa amadokhethi ingxenye zobufakazi ezazikhona kulawo madokhethi ngase ke ngiyaqhathanisa ke ngokubheka physically ngamanye amazwi ngisebenzisa amehlo wami okanye nezinye ivivinyo ezi-physical ngaphandle kokwazi ukuthi amacala lawa axhumene kanjani.
Okay. Besides the Marikana case that you referred to this court to, is it normal for the ballistic officer to go and book out the exhibit from the SAP 13, come back and examine the same exhibit?
Well, I haven't done it, but in my years there, but it might be done. I can't comment on that.
Lokho ke kuyakhonakala ukuthi kungenziwa. Mina bengakaze ngiyenze phambilini kodwa ke kuyakhonakala ke ukuthi umuntu asebenze ngaleyo ndlela.
But it's not an exceptional case like the Marikana.
Yeah, but if there's a paper trail for the ballistic expert to go fetch it, there's a paper trail. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but
Konke kubhalwe phansi. Na noma ke inqubo ingazange ilandelelena ke okanye imigomo ebekiwe ukuthi ingxenye zobufakazi zihambe zifike kuphi. Kodwa ke ngithi mina ke uma ngabe kubhalwe phansi angiboni kunenkinga kangako. Kakhulukazi sibheke le case yaseMarikana.
But do you know the importance of safeguarding the exhibits from being tampered with by other police officers when the firearm is being handled?
yeah, I know. But I suppose if Colonel Magena did it, he must have signed out that firearm at the SAP-13 and keep it in his custody.
Ngiyakuqaphela lokho ukubaleka kwakhona ukuthi kwafanele ukuthi kube nendlela okanye imigomo ethize kusetshenzwa ngayo uma sibhekene nokuthi manje sesisebenzana nezibhamu okanye sibhekene nesibhamu njengengxenye yobufakazi. Kodwa ngiyakholwa ke ukuthi uCaptain Mangena uye wakwazi ukuthi makabhuke out assign khona lapho kwezinye ke zeincwadi ezikhona lapha ku SAPS uma ethatha leyo ngxenye yobufakazi.
If I had to hand that firearm to somebody else, I will let him either sign it out and sign for it in my docket or maybe in my diary. Say it was sealed in that seal bag, that's what inside the seal bag. It was sealed, not tampered with, and he must sign for it. That's where I will do it if
Mina
it must be done that way.
Mina bengayenza ngaleyo ndlela uma kungukuthi khona ingxenye yobufakazi kumele ngiyinikeze umuntu othize bengenza isiqiniseko sokuthi mhlambe kuyijournal yami okanye encwadini yami ngibhale phansi ke ne-seal number yalokho mhlambe ngikubhale kwi-docket ukuthi i-seal number ethize umuntu wanikezwa yona ke kungukuthi azange leyo evidence bag ibanjwe okanye umuntu azama ukuyivula lokho ngingakubhala phansi mina.
Thank you, Colonel. I have no further questions, my lord.
Yeah, Mr. You want to ask something?
Yes, I just have one request, my lord.
Okay, go ahead.
If maybe just a background of the request to the warrant officer.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Warrant officer, I just want to understand you very well because this issue of a bullet projectile is contentious in this case. Yeah, you gave an explanation that based on a request by Warrant Officer Musia for Exhibit A1 and Exhibit 1 to be on IBIS, that is according to Exhibit 5. You remember that? You remember when we were reading Exhibit 5, X5?
Yeah.
Yes. So there's supposed to be a report when the caliber of the bullet, a report of a person who conducts the examination on the caliber of the bullet, whether the bullet has been damaged, and lastly, whether the bullet projectile and the fragmented bullet was fired in the same or one firearm.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, but I also said that I won't know because I didn't handle it. But if it was doing the normal way,
Yes, in the
it
normal
should
way.
have been handed to somebody,
Yes.
do a caliber determination, weigh the bullets, see how many riflings on the bullets, the damage, and then he must write a report about that. If that's the only exhibits that was sent in on that covering letter,
Yes.
and there was a lab created for that specific covering letter in that case. So that's the way it should have gone, or should be. But I can't comment. I don't know what's happened to that. I was not
indlela ebefanele ukuthi kusetshenzwe ngakhona ingalokho ngithi angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngiphawule kangako kodwa ke befanele ukuthi uma ngabe kukhona ivivinyo ethize ezokwenza mhlambe kuyinhlamvu lo muntu ozokwenza lezo ivivinyo ufanele ukuthi abhale ireport ukuthi lezo inhlamvu zasesimeni esinjani emva kokuthi enze ivivinyo kodwa ke angikwazi ke ukuthi ngaqhubeka ngiphawule ukuya phambili.
No problem, Warrant Officer. Those are the only exhibits in that covering letter, which were sent to the ballistics on the 30th of October 2014. Those are the only exhibits. That is Exhibit A1 and 1.
Yeah. Yebo kwaba ingcenye zofakazi nje ezathunyelwa ke A1 ne1 ukuze ke kuyokwenza ivivinyo eziqhamuka ke okanye elotshiwe khona lapha kwi covering letter.
You also said, Warrant Officer, after the examination of the exhibits, it will then be sent to IBIS for IBIS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emva kwalokho ke lezo ingcenye izothunyelwa khona lapha kwi IBC.
Let us say for to explore this point, as I said to you, it is very contentious. Let us say, Warrant Officer, the exhibit, more so exhibit, in particular Exhibit 1, was sent on, the tests were done, because we don't have the report, the tests were done, and sent, after the examination, sent on IBIS. So when was it going to be picked up that there is an exhibit which has been sent on IBIS?
I can't tell you that because it's not my department.
Actually department yami leyo angengikwazi ukuthi leyo ngcenye yofakazi kuthiwa yafika nini kwi IBC ukuthi kuyokwenzwa ke ivivinyo phezukwayo angengikwazi ukuphawula lapho.
Okay, thank you, Warrant Officer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. Warrant Officer, you just said that the barrel of a CZ75 model, it's easily changeable.
If lots of firearms barrels are in, okay, you can change, you can put another barrel if you can get hold of it. Because you must, to get the barrel, you must have a serial number on that barrel. And it must be done by a person that works with firearms, and you must get papers for that barrel to be fitted to another firearm if that barrel is shot and it's worn out. You can't just buy a barrel and put it on. It's not that easy. You must go through a process, legal process to do it, to fit a
Legal process.
barrel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sengishilo ke ukuthi kulula ukuthi umuntu angayishintsha ibarrel yesibhamu kanti ke uma une serial number yaleyo yaleso sibhamu uyakwazi ke ukuthi uyifune ibarrel ozokwazi ukuthi uzo exchange ngayo kulesi sibhamu kodwa ke angeke uze uthi sengiyanquma nje ukuthi mangishintshe ibarrel yesibhamu ngaphandle ukuthi ugcwalise amaphepha athize kukhona ke inqubo esemthethweni edinga ukuthi umuntu ayihloniphe andukuba ke kwenzakala leyo nto yokushintshwa kwebarrel yesibhamu.
In your when I was cross-examining you, the court seemed to have acknowledged the fact that there are so many wrong things that are happening around here. So, with regard to the changing of the firearms, of the barrels of the firearm, is that not applicable in the black market, if I were to put it that way?
If you can find someone in the black market.
Yes.
I don't know.
No, what
things the legal way. I won't know if you find the barrel in the black market.
May you please understand what I'm trying to say?
We black market.
Okay, sorry.
Ukuthi ukushintshwa kwe-barrel zeyibhamu ukuthi kwenziwa kanjani mina ngenza izinto ngosemthethweni.
I'm not trying to suggest that you could be involved in it. Yes.
I don't know because I don't know if you can get one in the black market. I can't tell you.
But with your
ngisekisile ukuthi angikwazi lokho angazi nokuthi ama-barrel ayatholakala khona lapho kwi-black market.
But with the fact that you had also acknowledged that firearms get stolen in police stations and all those things, as it was suggested by the court.
I didn't admit that it was stolen, but I never said something like that, sir.
Yeah, but that information is on record.
Now, he didn't admit that. I am the one who uttered that.
Yes, my lord.
Quoting the evidence of this court.
Yes, my lord. That's where I'm getting to. With the fact that the court acknowledged the fact that firearms get stolen even at the level of a police station, does that not also include the possibility that on those aspects, on that very same, but I'm not
I
done.
suppose there can be.
Yes,
change
it
of
can
battle,
be.
But still, the fact of the matter is that Colonel Mangena made it positive with the bullets. So it means it's the same battle.
Manje ke angeke ngikuphikise lokho ukuthi kunokwenzeka ukuthi amabharela angashintshwa kodwa noma kunjalo ke uKhenel Mangena ukwazile ke ukumeshisa wathola ukuthi ku positive amabullet.
That's another very contentious point that is before the court, and I'm not arguing with you. Because Mangena went to the police station on the 14th of July 2020, he found that firearm in an exhibit bag that was not sealed. That is his evidence. And he only conducted these tests on the 20th, that is almost 6 days after he'd been to the police station. That's where the question of the changing of the barrel comes into picture. But I'm going to argue it at the end of the case. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we talking about this firearm called Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Because me, I listen very carefully.
Yes, my lord.
You testified that you made a comparison of the so-called cartridges or bullets which were fired allegedly in the Alexander case.
Yes, my lord.
And the test firearm was Exhibit 2.
That's correct.
That's it.
It's his test that I made positive with 9 of that cartridge cases.
Yes.
in Alexander.
And we see the gun there. There it is.
Yeah, this is him.
Now, you were handling the Cleveland case. Is that not so?
That's correct. 96 of 02, 2015.
But you were the ballistic person. That firearm, they're just disputing it maybe, I don't know. There are 2 police witnesses who came and said they went on a particular day to Malvern, where accused number 3 allegedly rents or rented premises. And they found that firearm on top of the wardrobe. Are you with me? Yeah. So that is the background as far as this court is concerned. About the other possibilities, fine.
Yes, that was done in 2016. Fast forward 2020, Mr. Mangena drives from the Forensic Science Laboratory on the 14th of July 2020. He arrives at the Cleveland police station to go and get that firearm, that alleged firearm. As per Mr. Kininda's instruction, on the 20th, which is 6 days after he had been to the police station, he makes some comparison which are fitting the alleged cartridge that was found at the phosphorus case. Now there's a new twist here, the fact that you cannot exclude the possibility, or in fact you had admitted, it's not actually a possibility, you had admitted that the barrels of a firearm, which are the key component, which is a key component with regard to the markings which could be left on a bullet, is changeable. Not so.
My lord, I agree, but
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
can, if I may, my lord.
Yes, please.
No, I just wanted you
There's
to
a
say you
simple way
agree,
to
don't
sort this
explain.
out.
No. Mr. Ms., you're an officer of this court. You can't ask a question of an expert, and when he tries to explain to you, and then you say, no, that's end. Angifuna ukuzwa nix.
As it is the court,
No,
my lord,
just explain, sir.
I withdraw the fact
Yeah,
that you cannot
just
explain.
explain.
You can proceed to explain.
My
Yes.
lord, if I can, if I may say, there's a simple way to see if it's the right battle or not. You can ask Colonel Mangena to compare this fired cartridge cases
Yeah.
with that test that he fired when he received the firearm. And if he makes that positive with this, because there's chamber marks on that cartridge case on the side as well. So if you can compare that and see if the chamber marks is the same than mine tests with his fire test, then it's the same battle.
Okay.
Manje ke kulula ukwazi ukuthi ibarrel kusaseyiyona leyana. Sicela uMangena ukuthi asinikeze ubufakazi obumayelana ukuthi makenza ama test edubula lesi sibhamu ama markings asele kuma cartridge casing wakhe bese ke siqhathanisa nalokho ukuthi nami ngenza ivivinyo ngidubula lesi sibhamu ngaqhathanisa ke nama casings zakhona uma ngabe ke ayafanana ama markings akulawo casings nalawa awami singaqeda ngokuthi ke isibhamu esisodwa yibarrel eyodwa.
Thank you, sir. On that one, Mr. Mangena said, because those test bullets and cartridges that were fired by you, for him, they could not assist him. He had fire extra test, other bullets for test purposes and test cartridge purposes. So it specifically did not use yours.
I'm sorry to judge in now and again. You see, Mangena never testified about barrels in this court. Never.
No, he did, my lord.
Barrels, about the fact that they are interchangeable. He never testified about
No,
that.
he said the marks that
No.
that would
This
be imprinted
witness
on the bullets.
was asked by Ms. Mshololo about barrels, and the expert says, yes, they are interchangeable.
Yes.
So leave that question for Mangena.
As it is the court.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you,
Otherwise,
sir.
it's really far, you must imagine. Lala Fuga. Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry, Warrant, just one question. The blue box that is in front of you, you testified that you are identifying it now as per the handwriting that is outside, written outside in that box. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ukuthi yebo le bhokisi leli eliblue ngikwazi ukulibona ukuthi ilona ukuya ke ngombhalo okhona phezulu leli bhokisi.
And also, we don't have any specimen of your handwriting in this court to compare with that handwriting. Am I correct?
Ek look at my docket, I had it written in my docket,
But we don't have it.
but we don't have an expert to confirm
Thank
it.
Ungoda akekho ukuthi mhlambe angaqhathanisa lokho kubhalwe lapha kule bhokisi eliblue nalokho kubhalwe kwidokethi yami. Lokho kungenzeka kodwa ke ngiyavuma
Yes.
ukuthi akekho umuntu ongaqinisekisa.
Yeah, thank you.
No re-examination, my lord, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to release you quicker than my colleagues here. Your CV mentions obviously that you are vested in the examination of firearm mechanisms, right?
Yes, my lord.
A barrel is a firearm mechanism.
Yeah, it's part of a firearm,
That's it.
as according to the act.
That's it.
Ibarrel kuyingxenye ye firearm mechanism okanye ukusebenza okanye ukushintsheka kwesibhamu uma siqhuma. Ibarrel kuyingxenye lokho.
You got the relevant section of the act there.
Yeah, can I maybe read it
Yes,
for the
read it
court,
so that
my
we're
lord,
all
if it pleases you?
educated.
A firearm means any A, in brackets, device manufactured or designed to propel a bullet or projectile through a barrel or cylinder by means of burning propellant at a muzzle energy exceeding 8 joules or 6 feet per
Uma
pound.
sikhuluma ngesibhamu ke sikhuluma ke ngesetshenziswa esikhiqiziwe ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sikhahlele okanye ukukhipha inhlamvu kusetshenziswa yona ke ibarrel okanye isilinda ngokuthi ke kushiseke lento ebizwa i-propellant khona ke iphume ke kumlomo wesibhamu okanye webarrel kusetshenziswa ke i-energy endlula ke i-8 joules.
Device manufactured or designed to discharge rimfire, center fire or pin fire ammunition.
Kanti ke kuyisetshenziswa ke esikhiqiziwe ukuthi sikwazi ukudubula ngaleyo ndlela i-center fire okanye i-pin fire.
And C, device which is not at the time capable of discharging any bullet or projectile, but which can be readily altered or to be a firearm within the meaning of paragraph A and paragraph B.
Kanti ke isetshenziswa ke uma sikhiqizwa sasikhiqizwa ke kungabhekiwe ukuthi singakwazi ukudubula kodwa ke siyakwazi ukuthi mhlambe singaguqula okanye sishintshwe ukuze ke sihambelane nemigomo ye paragraph A no B.
Paragraph D, device manufactured to discharge a bullet or any other projectile of .22 caliber or higher at a muzzle energy of more than 8 joules by means of compressed gas and not by means of burning propellant.
Kanti ke kuyisetshenziswa ke esikhiqiziwe ukukhipha inhlamvu mhlawumbe ke ukusetshenziswa ke i.2 caliber or ngabanye amazwi i.2 caliber okanye ephezulu kwe.2 caliber iphuma njalo kumlomo webarrel kusetshenziswa ke i-energy endlula ke 8 joules.
Then E, barrel, frame or receiver of a device referred to in paragraphs A to D.
Okanye ke sikhuluma lana ke ngebarrel, sikhuluma ngeframe, okanye ke lento ebizwa ke i-receiver yesetshenziswa okukhulunywa ngaso ke kulama paragraph alandelayo A, B, C no D.
Okay, just dismantle the barrel in our presence. Yeah. Whilst you're doing that, this is not a homemade device,
No.
that firearm. Like, you know, they do in KwaZulu-Natal. They manufacture their own firearms. And I know because I've handled cases regarding that.
It is.
Right,
Yona ke ibarrel leyo
Right.
usesivulile lesibhamu. Futhi ke akusona isibhamu esenziwa endlini le njengoba kenziwa ke kwezinye indawo.
look, I'm asking you because when I read your CV, it's obvious that you have been to several manufacturers where you saw the manufacturing of a firearm from scratch
That's true, my lord.
up to the conclusion of that firearm.
That's correct, my lord.
That's it. Now that barrel, I mean, you don't have to have some expertise to manufacture it.
My lord, no. I think it will be difficult to manufacture this because it's a certain steel, it must withstand
Yes.
great pressures, everything.
Yes.
And yeah, it's not very easy to just manufacture a thing like
And
this.
there are propellants,
That
as you
will work,
said.
yeah, because that is a very high pressure when that propellant ignites in the cartridge case and expands every way.
And
So
the
to
chemi-
contain
the
that
chemical
pressure,
it goes. The chemical composition of the propellants are measured to give a particular effect of the explosion when it.
that's correct, my
I
lord.
mean, I can't take sugar and ice cream.
My lord, the other thing why I said maybe Colonel Magena can see
Yeah.
the chamber marks on the cartridge case because the chamber goes up to there.
Right.
Where the cartridge sits in and then there's the bullet. So that part of the barrel in the inside also give markings on the cartridge.
Yes.
So that might be a way to settle the difference if it's the barrel's been changed or not. That's just a suggestion to the court.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Akuthiwa wonke umuntu ongayikhiqizela ke ibarrel yesibhamu njengoba inkantolo isho mhlawumbe kusetshenziswe ke ushukela kusetshenziswe nani ke ngoba phela ke ama chemicals asetshenziswa lapha yana ama chemicals alinganisiwe ukuthi akwazi ukuthi azokwazi ukusha ngakwi chamber uma ngabe ke sesichuma ke isibhamu. Akho lula futhi ke kusetshenziswe ke nencindezelo eningi kakhulu okanye pressure eningi uma kukhicizwa ke ama barrel.
Well, I read a bit about firearms, refreshing myself. Just, I want you to comment on the following. I'm reading from a book called Fundamentals of Forensic Science. It's by two Americans. These are also experts like you. One is Max M. Hauk, and the other one is J. Siegel. They are also professors of universities. This is the statements they made about firearms. Just brief, I want your comment. On page 544 of their text, they say this, bullet comparisons. Many published studies have demonstrated that no two firearms produce the same unique marks on fired bullets and cartridge cases. This is even true with firearms of the same make and model. What's your comment there?
No, I would say that's true, my lord.
That's a scientific fact.
Yeah, that's a scientific fact.
Okay.
Yebo ngavumela nalokho ke lokho kuyiqiniso lezazi ukuthi azikho ibhamu eziwu2 ezihlukene eingaphana ke ngeimpawu ezifanayo phezulu kweinhlamvu ezidutshuliwe kakhulukazi ke inkantolo yayifunda kuye lona okubhalwe uHawk noSiegel base America kule ncwadi yakhe ke yama forensics.
Then they proceed and say the machining of the manufacturing process combined with the use of the firearm leave surface marks on the metal parts of the firearm that are not reproducible on other firearms. These marks are transferred to the bullets and the casings when discharged from the firearms.
That's correct, my lord.
Is that varied?
Dis waar.
Na lokho kuyiqiniso ke ngendlela isibhamu sisebenza ngakhona imachining ishiya ke impawu ezithize uma sidubleka lesi sibhamu phezulu kwama casings lezo impawu ke naphezulu kwesibhamu kwasona lezo impawu ayifanani uma ukuthi mhlambe uzoyichathanisa nesibhamu esinye esike sadubula.
Because there are no practical methods of comparing the striations on the inner surface of a rifled weapon with the striations on a fired bullet, reference bullets of the same make, style, and caliber must be created by firing them from the questioned firearm.
Yeah.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
You have done that practically.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cases where I examined that test and with the exhibits that
Reg.
Uthi yebo ke mina ngeke ngakwazi ukuthi ngenze ivivinyo ngiphethe into ebonakalayo ngenza lezo ivivinyo ngengxenye zobufakazi yebo.
And about barrels, I'm through. Not only would cutting the barrel open be impractical, but the comparison would then be between positive, that is the barrel, and negative, that is the questioned bullet impressions.
But what you must, but the court must remember, it's very small markings, it's microscopically small markings. When a barrel is manufactured, there's the machine works on the tools that impact on the barrel. Not everywhere in the metal of the barrel, the metal is the same. There's brittleness somewhere in some places something with the machining flakes away. The vibration of that working piece make the unique marks. The shavings that's been caught between the manufacturing process and the metal also make marking. And the wear and tear of the firearm, erosion, corrosion, everything leads to the firearm's uniqueness.
Kanti ke kukhona nje izinto ezenza ukuthi isibhamu sibe isibhamu esikhethile. Izinto ezifana nokuthi ke indlela umshini lona ke okuyisibhamu osebenza ngakhona kakhulukazi ke uma siqhathanisa nayo ke ibarrel uqobo lwayo ngenkathi isibhamu sidubula kanti ke nokushakeka okanye lento kuthiwa ke i-vibration uma ke isibhamu sidubuleka lokho kushiya ke impawu nje ezikhethile kanti ke nangendlela ke isibhamu lesi esikhicizwe ngakhona inqubo imigomo esetshenzisiwe ngenkathi kukhicizwa lesi sibhamu nakho lokho ke kushiya impawu ezikhethile nokuthi isibhamu sesisebenze kakhulu kanti sisebenze kangakanani kwaba nezingxenye ezithize zesibhamu okungukuthi kuba ingxenye zakudala lokho ke impawu ezikhethile ezoshiwa yileso sibhamu uma sidutshuka.
But you have to have some, you must, from what you're telling me, you must have a bit of knowledge about firearms
You must have,
to change barrels.
that's correct, my
Let
lord.
can Jan rap and say mat esne.
Ukushintsha ibarrel ufanele ube nolwazi oluthize athiwo wonke umuntu ongashintshi ibarrel esibhamu uyakuvuma lokho.
Okay, any questions arising? Baya dankie.
My lord, there's
Yeah.
one thing that I want to clarify with you.
Yeah.
That learned colleague asked me about the IBIS, if this was put in IBIS. I said I will find out.
Yeah.
Can I send that via Colonel Mangena, or
Yeah, you can do that. You don't have-
would it be fine with the court?
Is that okay?
Not Mangena. You can bring it, maybe I suggest to...
No,
our
give it to
colleague.
him. Bring it to him. Give the panel your particulars. Okay, geef dit vir hom. And then he'll present it in court. Okay.
Because I just want to find out if it is in a, I don't know if there's going to be a paper that they can give me to see it was or not, but I will just let the court know what is this situation on the IBIS.
Mr. Mloyi, what do you suggest?
The witness can communicate with us and will communicate with
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
Advocate
Okay.
Numa.
that's fine, my lord.
Right, okay. Thanks then. All right, well, Jen, are we sitting on Monday? Okay, thanks.
My Lord, I need to raise this, and it is to number 2. And Mr. Baloi knows about it. At the beginning, I think I came on record the 14th of November last year. And immediately I endeavored to get certain documents from the state. I did get a lot of help, but there's one particular document which is the Capitec bank statements for the accused, which he says are vital for his defense in this case. I've requested same via WhatsApp, via email, viva voce, and I've been told pillar to post, speak to this person, this person, this person. You are having this person sign the 205. To date, I haven't received same.
Mr. Baloi, do you have that?
I'm surprised my then colleague is raising this in open court. We've discussed this with him. We told him when this information will be forwarded to him.
How is it?
And we explained to him what the reason for the delay was, my lord.
My Lord, I'm sorry to do this. I didn't mean to throw him under the bus, but
He's already dead.
I've already did. The patrol bus is over here, my Lord. The point is, my client jumps up and down and thinks I'm remiss in
No.
conveying this message to him.
Okay. I mean, you understand each other.
Yes.
There's no problem.
We told him most probably he might receive the information early next week.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay, the court will adjourn until Monday.